Thank you, everyone, for showing up. My name is Nick Audiello. I am a senior advisor at the Investor Leadership Network, and I'm joined by two fantastic colleagues here. First, I want to thank the Climate Peace and Transboundary Resilience Pavilion for hosting this very important discussion on the crucial topic of mobilizing investment in emerging markets to reach our climate goals. I'll start by introducing our panelists, and then we'll have a little bit of discussion. So, Oliver, why don't you start, and we'll work our way down.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Oliver Marchand. I'm Global Head of Climate Research at MSCI. MSCI is a leading provider of climate and ESG data for investors. We work with asset managers, banks, insurances, pension funds worldwide on ESG and climate data, and as such we have a lot of data on the emerging economies as well, and I'll be talking about that.
Thanks so much for having us, and Nick for moderating and organizing us today. So my name is Leslie Labruto. I'm the Managing Director of Sustainable Finance at the Environmental Defense Fund, which is a large international NGO focused on creating a vital earth for everybody. At EDF, we have a big part of the organization focused on advocacy and a part of the organization focused on business and the private sector, where my team sits. And the easiest way I like to explain it is at the nucleus of emissions is often a company. And if we take that company, we want it to do better. We want to drive climate action. And there's many ways you can change a company's activities and actions. One is, for example, through supply chains. Another is through employees. Another is through consumer behavior. And another is through investors and the money that backs them. My team is squarely focused on that lever of the money that backs companies, whether it's investors, banks, private equity funds, etc. So we're talking a lot about the private sector, but recently we've noticed that, especially in light of the US election, we definitely need to be thinking globally about climate finance, and that's why I'm excited to dive in today on the role of money, not just with the companies, but also with emerging markets.
Fantastic. Thank you, Leslie. And as I mentioned, Nick Audiello with the Investor Leadership Network, which is an alliance of 13 institutional investors across the globe, asset owners and asset managers, working on a host of challenges in the climate and development space, one of which is mobilizing private capital to the emerging markets via a variety of mechanisms, which I'm sure we'll spend quite a bit of time today talking about. I think I'll kind of start this conversation off with maybe doing a little bit of scene setting. We know, number one, that emissions are continuing to rise. Those emissions are continuing to rise in emerging markets. And so if we're going to solve this problem, one, we have to go to where the emissions are. Two, there is a lot of reason for optimism. The way technology has been developing over the last few years, the commitment that capital has made over the last few years, the capital is forming. Now it needs to be deployed properly. But there are some specific challenges to the emerging markets that we are trying to better? No? Yeah, just use the mic. Yep. There we go. That's better. Perfect. So there are some specific challenges in the overall climate challenge specific to emerging markets that our investors and like-minded investors across the world are working very diligently to solve. Now, if we start looking at pools of capital and where they are in the global financial system, there are some that are more able than others in theory to fill some of these gaps and overcome some of these challenges. Long-term investors, in theory, like our members, which are largely pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, should have the ability to take a long-term time horizon on some of these markets and make a commitment to the development of these markets and a clean energy infrastructure in those markets. There are, of course, a huge number of reasons why that's not happening at the scale it needs to happen. We know there is a roughly $4 trillion
financing gap in the emerging markets between the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. And we know even just if you look at some ways to do this, like blended finance, that's only mobilizing at best $200 billion a year right now. So there is still, and we have been talking about this for years, a huge gap to fill. So Leslie, I think I'll take it to you as the advocate on this stage. How should we start finally closing the gap in a serious and rapid way?
Thanks, Nick. You did a really brilliant job framing the problem and the gap. We hear big numbers all the time, and I don't know about you, but you can get really disillusioned by those numbers. Quantity is just, we hope it gets to be $1 trillion with goals committed at COP. And I think what I want to do here is paint a bit of an arc about how we're going to get to that number and why it matters. So I'm going to start with the long-term view. Day in and day out, I work with banks that you've all heard of, JP Morgan, Bank of America, asset managers like Nuveen. And I can tell you one thing, that they are thinking about profit and losses. The metrics that they're thinking about are solely metrics that can be reported on a stock market or a stock exchange or to shareholders. And that is what that is. And trying to change that is difficult. So long term, we though want to get them involved in emerging market finance. We want them involved in climate action, but that ocean is big. So I'm going to bring us now to the short term. What do we do? So there's a good amount of capital that is not necessarily focused on profit and losses all the time. It's called climate finance or development finance. They have other objectives, right? They're trying to think about how do we increase resilience for farmers? How do we adapt to climate change? How do we also not lose our money? There are fiduciary responsibilities to governments and taxpayers, but that money can be a little bit more flexible. The problem is those capital providers are not as obsessive about the metrics that matter to them as these banks are. So what we've been thinking about is we talk about this quantity so much. What about of this climate finance that is available to do this job? How can we get that to be way more quality? Meaning, how do we get it to actually be concessional? How do we get it to actually be accessible? And how do we get it to actually be impactful? Because right now, that is super opaque. How much money goes out the door that sometimes doesn't even go out the door, gets committed, and then doesn't actually flow? And is it doing the job that it said it's going to do? I mean, every year, if we just talk about a new number and don't look back and say, what did all that money that we've already committed do? We're never going to bridge that ocean. That private sector that I talked about at the top is never going to take this credibly and see it as an opportunity unless this money that's trying to do a certain job gets its quality in order. So I'll stop there for now, but I think we can pick up on some of these points because we need development finance to be doing more of the job that we need it to do in order to bridge that gap.
Fantastic.
Okay, thanks for all that context. I think starting from the very high level, it's I think everybody's view that public finance is not going to solve the climate crisis by itself. So that's why a lot of talk is about public-private partnerships and blended finance and things like that. So now MSCI is deeply in the capital market sector, and so I can tell you a little bit about what capital market participants think about climate change and how they're using climate change data to make capital allocation decisions. And maybe then, in the spirit of what you talked about, we can kind of get a little bit closer aligned in the different funding ideas to really create those blended finance vehicles. Now, we have just conducted a study through our Sustainability Institute, which is, by the way, publicly available. You can download the report on our website on what our clients, 350 of our clients, think about climate change. So it's kind of almost like an NDC survey, but just among capital allocators in the capital markets. And this is what they think. So first of all, they're actually divided on emissions. So half of them think that emissions will rise for a long time, which is a little bit more the trajectory that you talked about. But there's actually another half of investors that think that emissions will actually peak within the next 5 to 10 years. And then the other thing is that our clients in that survey that they think that more traditional Western nations like France and Germany are going to really deliver on their climate commitments, where they think that emerging countries like China and India are very unlikely to meet their climate commitments. So I think that's a very important survey result for the emerging markets, that we need to build more confidence on the investor side on those climate commitments. And then the third element is that investors are extremely focused on physical risks today. So especially when it comes to the emerging markets that are extremely vulnerable to physical risks. And I think that kind of points us to make the emerging markets more investable. We really need to do more physical risk research and include much more of the adaptation work that is going on to show that the emerging markets are getting more resilient with respect to climate change. So yeah, let's leave it at that for now.
So I guess, Leslie, you said you wanted to make this punchy. Let's, take a step back for a second. We're having this conversation because we don't live in a perfect world. In a perfect world, the emerging markets would have all stable political environments. They would all have above BBB credit ratings. They would all have all of these things that would allow investors to just absolutely go in right now. There is not like this, as you said, there's not some moral or ideological opposition to making these investments. There is simply math. These investors, other financial institutions, have to deliver a return. That is the system as it is set up, and that is not going to change in any meaningful time period from which we have to address this problem. And so we have to try and figure out how to operate within this system to find new ways to mobilize this capital. One of the ways the Investor Leadership Network has been doing this is through partnerships across the ecosystem. And we find this to be extremely important because when you take away the numbers, the challenges, the opportunities, all of it, most things in business, in life, in the public sector come down to trust. And at the end of the day, there is a huge gap of trust between public sector that has so many goals that have been set, so many things that they've promised to their citizens that will be delivered with a limited capability to actually deliver those things, and the private sector, which sometimes just sees the public sector coming in saying, well, since I can't solve my problems and you have all this money, you should solve these problems for me. That's not a place where we're going to actually get to any kind of solution. And so what we have been doing is bringing people together across the private sector, across the public sector, across the philanthropic sector, which can play a huge role here, especially in terms of some of the catalytic, totally non-return seeking capital that is required here. And so, for example, we've built a number of partnerships. In 2023, we hosted with the Rockefeller Foundation a forum at the Bellagio Center that brought together the United States Treasury, the United States Trade and Development Agency, multiple multilateral development banks, institutional investors, and these were all senior leaders who, for the first time, it very much seemed in that room, were having a conversation about the same thing. And it became very clear very quickly that, some of this, for those of us who work in this every day, we know all of the issues, all of the problems, some of this is very basic level setting at senior levels of organizations in both the public and private sectors about who can do what and what in certain institutions cannot do. So, you look at members like mine, you have a lot of pension funds. At the end of the day, they are managing the retirements of teachers and firefighters and nurses and civil servants, and those people absolutely do deserve their retirements, their hard-saved retirements, and they deserve to have their money invested in a way that is going to ensure their dignity in later life. Now, many of those, especially in Canada where a lot of our members are from, also believe that a sustainable world is the best way to ensure long-term value creation. And so, Leslie, from your point of view, how are you seeing that particular question of how do you, especially in the environment we're about to enter now, how do you make that argument for building a more sustainable economy is good for business at the end of the day.
Thanks, and congrats to the convening that you hosted. It's not easy to get those parties in the room together, and to have them speak a common lingua franca by the end of it is really impressive work. So thanks for the work that you're doing there. So you raised some great points about the capabilities and capacity of what entities are able to do, what is truly within the domain of possible and what's not. So when we think about this, I think your bifurcation of public and private is really helpful. So on the public side, there's one aha moment that I think helps us, which is global markets are not domestic. Finance is transborder. 2/3 of all the money in the world goes through London every day, and that's just one city. So we see this money moving overseas and internationally, and akin to that, climate change is also global. So great, we have two systems that are both thinking globally. It does no one any service if an emerging market is over leveraged 5x and they're continually given more debt and more debt to the point where they can't service their loan, and then they have to declare bankruptcy on any of these loans. That does nobody any good. So at this point, when you're thinking about development finance and emerging economies especially, does it make any sense to offer a country above market rate or even market rate debt to solve a climate problem? If you are a development finance institution, it doesn't, because then it all just falls apart. So when we recognize these realities on the ground, you start thinking, okay, what is within our capacity? And when I think of innovations like debt for nature swaps or just concessional finance in general, going longer term, lower yield, that's a win. And these are smart people at development finance institutions who can look at this macro data and say, how is our money going to play with other money? And if we can't do it because we're constrained, can philanthropy play a role? Can we see a first loss layer? I'm going to cite an example from my days at my former employer Acumen Fund, where COVID happened, and it was the relief fund, and companies that are working so hard day in, day out to provide energy access to customers, leading companies like BioLite and D-Light and Easy Solar, all operating in some of the toughest markets in the world, they were going to face a cliff. They're providing critical services. You could argue in some ways are government services, energy provisions, to low-income customers. And in the face of COVID, this emergency, sales are really tough. How do you do B2C sales when COVID's going on? You can't. So all decades of hard development work faced this day of reckoning where it said, what are we going to do with all these social enterprises that have tried to walk this line between public and private service? And so stepping back and having the ability to think creatively, a team of I at Acumen Fund and the formerly CDC in England, now BII, came together and said, we need a concessional debt fund. It's not charity money, but it also can't be market rate debt to keep these companies alive. How do we offer loans to these companies longer term at 2% interest so that these companies can take on a loan, weather the gap of COVID, and keep operating later on? And Nick, I can't begin to tell you how amazed I was at the response of DFIs, of philanthropies who work together in this time of emergency to make it work. $120 million raised in 4 months. And we're talking from the Green Climate Fund, one of the hardest entities to extract money from. They were the first in this fund, offering junior capital, saying this is an emergency, we need to act, we cannot lose decades of progress on energy access. I have news for everyone. Climate change is an emergency. We are losing urgency. It is turning truly into climate chaos, not to stir the pot there. But we need to adopt the same, I've heard this meme, the same PR firm that COVID had for climate change, because it is that much of an emergency. So if one tiny company, Acumen Fund and BII, can raise $120 million in 4 months, if we can think globally about large-scale funds that can really move money, especially to the emerging markets that we're talking about here today, that's how you make money work, and that's how you solve more problems, by thinking that way.
Well, maybe I want to talk about a financing mechanism that was also debated pre this COP, which is the carbon markets. It's an obvious mechanism that is really important because it's one of the mechanisms that is extremely direct. So we've heard that, despite all of the negative messaging around this COP, that there seems to be an agreement around Article 6.4, which is an extremely important aspect of this COP this year, and it's really great to hear that there was an agreement overnight, and that is a first result that this COP is delivering. And I mean, we all know that the voluntary carbon markets really have a credibility problem, a huge credibility problem, actually. So some of the work that we're doing in our carbon markets data team is trying to really help overcome this problem, and it's all related to carbon markets integrity. And as most of you climate professionals are probably aware, you know, the problem of assessing integrity of carbon markets project has many dimensions. You know, it starts with the actual calculation around the mitigation, you know, that has happened. Nature-based solutions, you have this problem of permanence. You have a whole host of problems related to the assurance of the implementer and the implementation, and then you have project-specific problems. And we have just created a carbon markets integrity rating for 6,000 carbon markets projects worldwide. And I want to highlight a little bit maybe the result. So this is a scale that uses the same scale as credit ratings. So first of all, there's not a project out there in the world that gets a AAA rating. I guess you know, we need higher ambition in the implementation of carbon markets projects to get there. We only have 20% in the AA range, but that's pretty good, I would say. You know, my point is there are, you know, really good high quality projects. And for the ones that aren't, you know, in the AA regions, the ones that go into the A and B region, I think we've kind of identified where the points where these projects would have to be improved, so that you know, they can get to a higher rating, and then hopefully you know, the logic would then be that you know, these become much more investable, and that companies, you know, would be continuing to buy these projects, and I think that's a really good mechanism, because you know, maybe Leslie, we could get to you know, those hundreds of millions in funding for projects for the emerging markets through that mechanism.
Can I add on the voluntary carbon market? There's an important lesson in the voluntary carbon market that I want to extrapolate out to that quality piece, which is the voluntary carbon market has done a great job of embedding impact in the instrument, in the credit. You talked about these ratings. You know, the fact that none are AAA, as you said, we need to increase ambition, but good on us for being honest about it. If you're going to buy a credit, which is what the private sector is going to do, they don't have to think about, is it impactful? It's built into the credit. If the indigenous communities have been consulted, if it's a high, you know, if it's a JRED plus forest, you know, is it you know, different lower quality credits? But you can see and pop the hood on the credit, and impact is stated right there. We don't get the same for development finance in projects sometimes. We're just kind of taking bets, and I'm not saying that every single project from a development finance or you know, emerging markets funding needs to be high impact and produce results. It's sometimes you have to take risk and it doesn't work out, but we should try to at least embed impact at the front and also report on that, because a carbon credit is going to perform ideally like a carbon credit is going to perform. The legwork has been done and baked into the credit. But when we see development finance, we don't always get that follow-up, right? Did that dollar work? And if it didn't work, for God's sakes, tell us why it didn't work so we can stop doing that all over again. But we don't know. We don't know half the time what the impact of this $100 million fund was, this $1 billion fund. We see so many splashy announcements. Even if I just walked around this COP right now, I'd probably get to hear and sit on 5 announcements of $100 million facilities that are doing this really exciting thing. I'm getting tone deaf to it, because I want to hear about what actually happened from the $100 million from 10 years ago, and did it actually work or not. Someone said once we should have every other COP should just be, you know, the reflection COP and the forward-looking COP. I'm kind of into that, and I'm really more interested in the ones looking back on what's been effective. because after a while, big numbers start to lose their effect.
Well, and especially big numbers with no change in trajectory, and that's where it gets. I want to come back to 2 points. One on the carbon markets, and there is, when we talk about mobilizing all this capital, there are many ways to do it. I see our friends from the ILX fund here using data as a way to mobilize private capital into emerging markets. There are many ways to do this that don't require concessional financing, but many ways do. And we talk a lot about blended finance. I think when I read the news this morning about this development, I think there is a huge amount of this money that can be directed to mobilizing private capital in a lot of these cases and can play a concessional role. And we saw at COP 2 years ago where the United States made this big announcement. John Kerry made this big announcement of, okay, we're going to use voluntary carbon markets to actually start trying to do this. Again, we got to get going. 2 projects. I think projects is a very, very important point. And you see this especially at the intersection of corporates and finance. And, we can talk all day long about how to get money moving and where the money is sitting and why it's going, where it's going, and why it's not going anywhere. It does need something to go into. And there is a dearth of projects in a lot of these markets. And, you walk around this floor and you will hear about all kinds of NDCs and the project. The reality is, for most of those plans, if there even are plans, they're not well developed. And they are not projects that certainly institutional capital can go into. So this is an issue that is solvable, and it's actually a pretty easily solvable problem for not very much money. So as an example, one of the things that came out of this convening that we did in 2023 was a partnership between our members and institutions that our members work with and the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, who opened a $100 million project preparation and technical assistance facility. $100 million. You can get so much done on technical assistance with $100 million because this is really just a small piece of the puzzle, but if the piece isn't there, the rest of the puzzle doesn't come together. And there is no commercial capital that is going to put it up, no matter how small the amount is. And this is one of those things that if you can just start getting into these countries, and you have to do this in partnership. This has to come from the economic development agencies in these emerging markets. But there are ways to do this so that there is a pipeline of projects, so that when you hear about these huge funds, they actually can deploy the money they have raised. And you see this all the time too. Huge fund raised, and then it just sits in cash, or it goes into some index fund forever, and while we're waiting for projects to show up. So I think the project is a hugely important part of this.
Projects are, and I even had to do my own research when it came to who's developing these projects and what does it look like and what kind of money do they need, because again, a carbon credit and the voluntary carbon market is part of a larger net zero ambition, right? These are for companies who are trying to achieve net zero. And my goodness, if we look at the role of AI and the new dimension of energy consumption that we're going to see globally, it's going to be harder to reach net zero, and thus all eyes on the voluntary carbon market to say, if you do have those ambitions of becoming net zero, which many, many companies do, EDF's worked with many Fortune 500 companies who are seeking to achieve net zero. You're going to look at the voluntary carbon market because there will always be a gap that you can't fill. So to your point about what projects do they look at, it's true. Project developers are, in this really tricky space because once a credit is credited, it's not hard to sell if it's a good quality credit. The question is, what kind of money do we need to get from, let's call it ideation, to being project ready? And again, the role of creative financing is so ripe and exciting. I get really inspired by a group called Elemental Impact, formerly known as Elemental Accelerator, and they created an entirely new financial instrument, which anybody can do, called a D-Safe, a development safe. And traditionally, this was for energy projects, but you could totally apply it to nature and carbon projects too. So what a D-Safe does is it recognizes that the development phase of any project, whether it's building a nature project or a hydrogen facility, it's risky, right? Permitting, and it takes time, and off-take agreements, and just construction and cost of goods. There's so many things that can go wrong. So why would we use a very rigid form of capital for this really risky time? And a development safe came out and said, right, what we're going to do is we're going to offer the developer, let's say $1 million, keep it clean and easy. But rather than prescribe the outcome and say, but it's debt and you owe us back 12% in 2 years, they don't do that. They keep it open-ended and they say, in X number of years, let's say 3 years, 3 outcomes can happen. Maybe it does turn to debt. The project went fine, you pay us back the money, all good. Maybe, though, it makes more sense to make this equity, right? We want it to convert to equity like a convertible note, and then we're invested in your project. Maybe it's taking a little longer, but lots of promise, and we actually want to have ownership in your company. And the third is actually revenue share. And it also says, you know what, maybe this isn't a high-growing company and you can't pay us back the debt, but you can over 10 years. And we're going to convert this to revenue share. So over 10 years, once the project gets up and running, you pay us back over time. Brilliant to have that kind of flexibility and not just be so rigid with your capital and development finance. Same with a nature project, right? Why don't we give developers who are doing this hard work of incorporating native species and consulting indigenous people, which is hard work. I mean, none of us, hopefully maybe some of us in the room are doing it. I'm not doing it. It's hard work. Why don't we give them the flexibility of that capital to achieve what they're trying to achieve and still make our money back? I mean, it's still using finance for finance sake, but you're being more creative with how you're using money. And I want us to all be thinking that way. Elemental Impact is one organization. Imagine if we all thought about using our creative capital or capital more creatively to actually solve the problems that we're looking at.
Well, maybe I have 3 slightly random, only loosely related thoughts about what you were saying: capacity building, supply building of projects. So number one, I mean, we definitely see a trend from renewable energy projects, which have a baseline problem, right? You don't really know, and to more nature-based CDR, carbon dioxide removal projects. And the advantage that I see in that trend is that my hope would be that the CDR projects today, some of the larger ones might have extremely big capacity, especially the ones related to mangroves or algaes. They don't require kind of a social societal change, like, for example, the cook stove projects, where you need to kind of serve hundreds of thousands of families, but they can be implemented at a larger scale. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I think we are seeing, especially here at COP now, more and more bilateral agreements between countries on the corresponding adjustments, and the corresponding adjustment mechanism is really great in kind of ensuring, let me back up. So the big issue is with carbon markets, I guess, that you don't really want to use carbon markets as an alternative to decarbonization. It's meant for last mile decarbonization, not first mile decarbonization. But at the same time, we can't wait until we're at the last mile decarbonization point, because we got to start building the whole ecosystem and the technology now. So, and I think the corresponding adjustment system is exactly solving that problem. Maybe we could even have like a corresponding adjustment system for companies as well. We might want to talk to the SBTI or whatever, on whether that wouldn't be, a way to do it. So what I'm trying to say is, especially here, as more nations are forming these international partnerships, I would hope, we're kind of really driving the supply. And then the third thing is we do see, obviously, an extreme advance in data availability. With data, it's kind of funny. There's more data than we can ever consume, but specifically when you're looking for something, you never have the data that you would want. So there are 2 sources now: satellite data and AI-generated data, which are kind of new sources of data. I mean, satellite data has been around for a while, but we have all these public and private and in these partnership models that are providing data, and we have AI to process it. And I would think that, especially on the nature-based solutions, I mean, if you look, for example, at a standard like RED+, it's they have like a 5-year period monitoring process involved in it. I think we can shorten that, and we can just see much more what's going on in the ground. We can ensure the quality and a lot more through these new data sources. But we also have to realize that, especially in the emerging markets, we do face a data gap challenge than normally. Even with like companies operating in the emerging markets, we're missing key information. There's oftentimes a that can't be supported by AI today, but oftentimes is still a barrier, and we just have much lower disclosure requirements. But we have a lot of standards emerging in Europe, that should be helpful when implemented in the emerging markets.
So I think why don't we do we have questions? Yeah. We can do that. So I think why don't we kind of go through and do some closing thoughts, and then if you're up for it, take some questions from.
Sure, and just thanks everyone for being here today, and Nick and Oliver for the great conversation. Closing thoughts. Everything that someone says can snowball into something else, which is exciting. I'll just give Environmental Defense Fund for launching a satellite, world's first ever methane satellite, MSAT, tracking in real time methane emissions around the world. One of the lowest hanging fruits for tackling climate change, reducing methane emissions. Methane really doesn't need to exist. It's kind of like the hole in the ozone layer. If we can pinpoint and cite where methane emissions are coming from and actually abate them, it gets really exciting. So just all eyes on data. I think it's been really important. Closing thoughts. It's hard work. I know that, and we hear that time and time again. When I think about the opportunity ahead of us, I think about emerging markets facing language barriers, facing high debt burdens. We just have to acknowledge biases that exist within us too, as when you're on the funding side as well. And thinking about perceived risk versus real risk. For example, Acumen's Hardest to Reach Fund was launched last year, and it looks at making sure that emerging fragile markets, really the countries that nobody wants to invest in, the Burkina Faso and the countries like Mali, where it just seems like all red flags from an investor perspective. Thinking about moving into these markets, I mean, where there is no market, there's full market opportunity, right? Because you can build something from scratch. So thinking outside the box really helps. I'm looking at this quote on the wall to our great hosts at the Climate, Peace, and Transboundary Resilience Pavilion. It says, between 2014 and 2021, fragile states received an average of $11 per person compared to $162 per person in more stable countries. These are the kind of things that are really important to remember. How are we ever going to get to where we need to go as a globe if we see these sorts of numbers and this sort of support? So just taking the opportunity and the power that each of us have to think about where we can apply our time and energy and remove some of our biases to start making sure money can flow, I think is just a closing remark I'd like to make before we open it up.
Well, my closing thought would be that I think we do all see, Leslie, I totally echo what you're saying. We do see a lot of investing opportunities in the emerging markets. I think what it really needs is a lot of grunt work, on those investing opportunities. And, it's not an easy journey. It's going to be a multi-decadal journey. But I think we shouldn't think about the extreme obstacle for some of these investment vehicles in front of us, but we should think about the steps that we can take towards making the emerging markets more investable and take those steps.
I think my big closing thought will be a absolute compliment to yours, and on the other side of that equation, just as important, leadership matters. I think if these are things. A lot of big financial institutions, investors like ours, the answer you get most frequently is when we have the conversation is, well, in the best case scenario, I can just go make the same amount of money by investing in something in the United States or Canada without doing any of this extra work you want me to do. And you're right. It is a lot of extra work to be able to justify these investments in a lot of cases, to do the homework that it takes, to do the capacity building within some institutions that it takes. And we published at New York Climate Week a compendium of blended finance case studies that looked at 13 blended finance funds, vehicles, ranging from 25 million to 5 billion, and kind of tried to pull out what are the lessons here. And there were, of course, all of the concessionality and project preparation and all of this. But the ultimate conclusion was that within the private sector, at least, leadership really matters. To get these institutions that do have the quantum of capital to make a real difference, to deploy it, you need people within institutions to make it a priority, to give space for people to do the grunt work, to build the case to make these investments. And that, I think, at this time where we are right now in the world is even more important, because I think no one is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. So thank you to my panelists, and we'd love to open it up to a few questions from the audience. Sophie.
Hi, everybody. My name is Victoria Walker. I work for ILX Management. Can you hear me? Yeah? So ILX is... So this isn't necessarily a question. It's just more of an explanation of the ILX strategy, because I think it complements very much what was being discussed by our fellow panelists. So ILX Management has just closed a 1.7 billion fund on behalf of Dutch pension funds, APG, and on behalf of Danish pension funds, Academiker and Sampension. We achieved this first close on Monday, so it's quite fresh news, some of the various announcements that maybe you'll be hearing. But it's quite a unique strategy, because we're co-investing alongside DBs, multilateral development banks like the IFC, EBRD, to directly contribute to the SDGs and the climate objectives. But what is key here is that is not with concessional finance. So pension funds in Holland and in Denmark have decided to take on the full risk associated with the projects in development finance, in the development finance asset class. And it's important to note that the data is available to showcase that there is an increased perception of risk in these markets, and that the actual risk is now lower, especially when you're investing in middle-income countries. There is a pipeline of projects that are investable, and the recently released GEMS database is also proof of concept of this. So while there are certain projects that maybe there is concessional finance required, specifically in fragile countries, for a big portion of emerging markets and middle incomes, we can look at we can think that the actual risk is lower. And working with MDBs ensures that we can access this pipeline of development projects, which are de-risked because of their experience in emerging markets. They are the original impact investors. They have been collecting impact data for 50 years and need this to prove to their shareholders, aka governments across the world, that what they're doing is contributing positively to development. And we have gained access to this data, so we can on-report this to our investors, who are also looking for impact and contributions to SDGs and climate finance objectives. The next step for us is really to ensure that this is scalable. We want to ensure that where it's possible to achieve this without concessional finance, that this happens, because we can't be looking to the shareholders of governments, of the MDBs, to continuously provide blended finance. This is not scalable in the long run. We need to take the risk. The world isn't going to change in terms of its risk levels. It's actually just going to increase. So we need to find where it's possible to take that risk. Thank you.
Thank you. No, and you guys have been doing such a fantastic job using that data. And it's a really important point that blended finance or in concessional capital, it's not some goal in and of itself. It's a bridge to somewhere, and it's one piece of a bigger puzzle. And you guys have a piece. We have another, we announced earlier this year with Secretary Yellen an emerging markets transition debt fund, where a large group of investors, I think it started they're close to $1 billion now, of investing in corporate transition debt in emerging markets and going in and, where are these high emitting companies and how can you get investors to just buy corporate debt that is designed to decarbonize these companies. There's ways to do this that is not just concessional. And the important part here is that you need to have a way for multiple nodes in the system to play their role to the maximum effect. So where concessional capital can mobilize money where to a greater scale, it should, but then the private sector needs to keep coming in so that public money, which is much, much, much scarcer, can go to the highest impact places, to these more fragile places where the private sector probably is never going to go at scale.
I'll just quickly say, way to go. That's huge. It's so important because I said at the top of this panel, banks and asset managers, they care about profit and loss. And if you can start indexing, if we can all start indexing the actual returns that we can see from climate projects, they will run to anywhere they can make money. Run to it. But we need to index it and understand it and communicate it. And I get that they're not going to be the tip of the spear and take the first in risk. That's fine. But if others are, I mean, the more we can sing and be honest about the returns. If there's not an opportunity there, like let's not, lead folks astray. They have fiduciary responsibility too. But where there is opportunity, all in, right? All in. As we evolve, I mean, we're going to see more investable opportunities. And if they lie in emerging markets, then it's going to be a race. It's going to be a race to them once we can start showing those returns. So just super well done.
Manfred, I think, and then we'll go over here.
Yeah, I just want to respond to some of the narrative you mentioned. I'm the founder of ILX. For a long time, I worked in development finance. The fiduciary responsibility of the foundation of our financial systems, which is the long-term savings of our societies, is not a profit maximizer. I want to just say that. And please do not use words like that, because that is not what the pension systems are after. They are looking after the pensions of our citizens. The sovereign wealth funds are like to look to provide to their people in the post-carbon age, which hopefully is for the coming centuries. And so if we are going to be looking at this transition purely for the rent seekers that want to maximize profit, we're doomed. So I would recommend that we change our narrative and we focus on the harbors of our savings, who we have to build upon. Thank you.
Hi, Brent O'Hanlon from RMI. I thought maybe I'd give either Columbia or Leslie some work to do. I think the ILX is an amazing example of just the multi-years that particularly the Scandinavian pensions have done in this space here. But there's kind of a problem because you do not see pensions, in the climate finance world. The best thing that you ever hear, like one of the top ideas as far as grants for development, project preparation facilities is let's get the pensions more involved. Right now, I think there's a hidden lesson to be learned here that you have a small corner of the world with very advanced pensions who are looking at exactly their fiduciary duties like all the rest of the world is. So what is it about the legal regulatory context that enables those funds to move? And I think for those who are in the think tank world and the academic world and the policy mobilization mode, let's try to figure out how we can get pensions more to act like that. Please. I'm now taking over this panel, apparently.
No, it's a very good point, because obviously there is a research, and we can provide that there is no difference between the pension regulator in Canada, Japan, Korea, the Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, UK. It's exactly the same. Yeah, it's that you cannot make investments for other than your fiduciary responsibility, which is to provide for the pensions for your citizens. Which, of course, pensions are cash. Pensions are not paid in carbon credits. So they're exactly the same. But you also have fiduciary responsibility to look after your stakeholders, and that narrative is a bit different. Definitely in the United States, but not different in Canada. It's not different in Japan and Korea and the other European. So I think it's what I've learned is that this is a narrative that's being espoused by the layer that's on top of these pension systems, because they are the ones. They are the ones who do not want to go down that path, because it's a more complex path than working the traditional forms of finance. Traditional forms of finance the way you use your words, which we're in this transition altogether, is they like that because that's easy. That's what they've done for the past. So this new narrative is difficult for Wall Street and the City of London, and they're struggling with it. Our fund we're directly contracting between pension funds and the IFC. There is zero leakage. Zero leakage. There is no cost involved between the contract between a pension fund and the development finance system. It's very inconvenient for Wall Street. It's very inconvenient for the City of London, because they live on the intermediation function that they have on top of these pension systems.
So I think that's actually a really, really important point. And, change is hard, of course. But, you look, my members are the Canadian pension funds. 20 years ago, had you ever said you were going to be, all of these pension funds would be basically private equity firms making all their own direct investments, people would have looked at you like you had 10 heads. So at the very least, it is possible to try new things, to open new things when the opportunities exist. And I think what you're doing in making it clear that these opportunities do exist and that they are investable and the work that so many other people are doing is hugely important. Do we have any other questions?
Hi, thanks for the panel. So you talked about how to find bankable projects in emerging markets by decreasing the risk perception, by using concessional finance. But I was also wondering if you had investigated on finding adaptation projects, because it's easy to potentially find a return on investments if you're doing energy efficiency or renewable projects, whereas for adaptation, which would be pretty much a big thing in emerging markets, there is few projects where you can actually find a financial system to invest in those instead of other than just public money. Is this something that you have been studying?
That's an excellent question. And Leslie, if you want to take it first, go ahead.
Sure. Adaptation is super tough. Training farmers is not the biggest moneymaker. We know that. An area that our team has been exploring and other great NGOs like Rocky Mountain Institute and Ceres is looking at, there's one financial product that's job it is to assess climate risk. And whether we like it or not, it's insurance. And insurance's entire business model is looking at risk dimensions. So we can have as many naysayers on climate change, but one entity is not going to not look at the data, and that's the insurance markets. Now, you might think, insurance, like that, that could be even like predatory sometimes when we think about farmers. However, there's some interesting examples I've seen where you can actually build in resilience into your insurance model. So, for example, if you are a farmer and you've been stricken with drought or floods or whatever it might be, but you have an insurance package and policy, you could look at when you get your payout to actually build in resiliency mechanisms. In that moment, it's advantageous for the insurer, for that farmer to be regenerative, right? Because it reduces their risk. So how can we look at empowering, training, improving the regenerative nature of agriculture or soil improvements, thinking about nitrogen levels in soil. Some are too high and some are too low, but using data to give farmers what they need to produce better yield and ultimately build more resilience, because at the end of the day, that works for an insurance company. That's a winning policy for them. So that's just one model. I will say they're really tough. I've seen some interesting, on the Green Climate Fund's site, you can look at their adaptation projects that they've funded. Many MDBs are facing the plight of way too over-indexed on mitigation and renewable projects and way under-indexed on adaptation. So something to start looking into is looking at all of these adaptation funds. And also, as I said at the start, are they generating returns? Because if they're not, again, maybe we should be looking at more philanthropic and concessional sources rather than just saying this is, Main Street's problem to solve, which might be tricky in terms of what we're trying to achieve. But anyway, that's just one model I've seen. I don't know, Oliver, if you've seen some adaptation projects.
Yeah, we've just published a report with the, that's why I'm scrolling here on my phone. We've just published a report through the MSCI Sustainability Institute called Unavoidable Opportunity, How to Make Climate Adaptation and Resilience Investable. And what we've actually done was we've worked with GARP, and we've applied their framework for investing in climate adaptation and resilience using our ESG ratings team and analyzing 800 companies. And we found that around 11% of the business of those 800 publicly traded companies has a relation to adaptation and resilience. And so, I highly recommend using this GARP framework to analyze projects and kind of maybe look at that report and see how we've made that identification.
Yeah, that is an excellent question. I think you hit on something that's extremely important. Like when you have the MDB so over-indexed on mitigation projects, and let's be perfectly honest, in many cases, projects they do not need to be involved in to make happen. They are eating up capital that could be going to adaptation. The insurance markets I mean, there have only really been, if you kind of do this very wonky, geeky history of the global economy, like insurance is normally very boring, except for certain times of crisis and transition, and this is one of them where insurance actually has a huge role to play here. It's not only emerging markets where adaptation is hard. It's hard in developed countries too. You see that every time hurricanes are indiscriminate, they hit emerging markets, they hit the United States, and people have not prepared. In fact, people keep moving to Florida and building new houses on the beach. Which, the simplistic way to look at it, but it's a huge problem. But there are just going to be a lot of adaptation projects that are not return generating and probably shouldn't be. I mean, these are in many cases going to be public goods that shouldn't be return generating, which is even more to underscore the point where private capital can come in and find a return to tackle other parts of this problem will free up more capital in other parts of the system to tackle adaptation.
Nick just reminded me of something when it came to it not being sometimes a market-driven opportunity. There's a word that comes to mind when I think about any adaptation measure, and it's bundling. And it's so important to bundle services together in business models that make sense. For example, the cold chain, right? Trying to keep food cold from farm gate to being sold at the store. Along the way, you can think about very market-driven opportunities like a refrigerator, right? Just keep it cold. You can rent space in the refrigerator. Farmers make more money because their products stay cold. That actually is an adaptation measure, even though it's actually kind of guised as a mitigation measure because it's mitigating the fact that they would lose their crops. I think back to my own car insurance plan, right? My car insurance company in the United States offers me for free AAA if my car breaks down. That has no value to them. However, it's adapting me to a situation if my car breaks down. They've bundled this service in to something I'm paying for that's much wider. How do we think about not adaptation of just like single narrowly thinking about farmer training, but bundling it as part of a wider solution to a farmer? When we're selling seeds, sell seeds. There's money to be made in selling seeds, right? How do we think about making this a more holistic package that includes adaptation, not just as one sliver that we're trying to back that business model, which may not have one, into something wider?
Excellent. Yep. No? Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you all for coming to listen to us muse up here in front of you. Welcome to Baku. I hope you all have a fabulous week, 2 weeks, however long you are here. I'll say thank you for being here. This is a quieter COP than normal, but it matters. This work really matters, and I know that everyone in this audience is doing something that makes a difference. So thank you, and thank you to my panelists. We handled it.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Great to meet you.
we ready? Okay. Excellent. So before we get started, just a bit of housekeeping. Everything will be through the headphones. You can control the volume locally. So if you don't like what you hear but you're too embarrassed to get up and leave, you can turn us off. But I'm sure that won't be the case. However, when you do leave, please make sure you do not take the headphones with you, as you may get a slight electric shock for them to come back. But no, seriously, please do leave the headphones behind, because we have many events this week. I'm also, because we are a paper-free zone here at ODI, and rightly so, I am also, I'm afraid, going to be referring to my phone at times. I am not sending messages, it's just for my notes, so please don't be offended in that respect. So without further ado, first of all, I'd like to thank you all for being here and part of this conversation. We will start now. We are live streaming as well, so when you do get up and leave, if you are leaving before, the camera is here, so just be conscious of that, because we have quite a worldwide audience joining us today on this important topic, and this footage will be used furthermore. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Professor Dominic McVeigh. I'm the Honorary Consul of Namibia to Wales. I'm also a Non-Executive Director with Trademark Africa, and I'm also a Non-Executive Director with ODI Global, which is hosting this pavilion here at COP. It is really a true pleasure of mine today to be chairing this fireside chat with His Excellency, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Haile Mariam Desalegn-Bush, and Mr. Tahir Guzau, who is the founder of the Tahir Guzau Initiative for Development. I'm going to give a bit of perspective on what we're going to be talking about today. It's going to be a very fluid and free-flowing conversation, but we're going to work on the perspectives of government and the private sector to explore how industries and businesses can jointly develop workforces needed for climate transition and a just climate transition to net zero, but also what prosperity can be brought out of the challenges and the risks that we face. So we're very fortunate to have two world leaders in their respective fields. We're also going to have to dive into how we think very differently. Today's not going to be a conversation about what we're reading online or where the data is showing, but how we pull that apart and dive into perspectives and really bring that blue sky thinking to the challenges that we face, but the opportunities that can be delivered. Now, this is not about taking the best we can from a bad situation. This is about acknowledging that we are facing true dire consequences if we don't deal with climate change, but also recognizing that that requires investment. There is cost to that, but there's huge opportunity to take people out of poverty, drive prosperity in countries which are at the forefront of the climate impacts, particularly sub-Saharan Africa, and here in Central Asia, where water is an extreme issue, access to water. So I'm going to give a bit more detail on our two esteemed guests, and we'll dive straight into the conversation. I know they don't need any introduction, but I want to remind us all of the incredible work that they have done. So His Excellency was the second Executive Prime Minister of Ethiopia, who served between 2012 and 2018. And prior to that, he's held a series of high-level government positions and offices. After leaving office, His Excellency co-founded and is the chairperson of the Haile Mariam and Roman Foundation, which focuses on mother and child healthcare, prevention of non-communicable diseases, nutrition, and climate-smart agriculture and conservation-based ecotourism. Currently, in addition to chairing Trademark Africa's board, which I have the pleasure of sitting on, he is also serving as on the board of AGRA, Tourism Ethiopia, the ICG, the International Crisis Group, the Brenthurst Foundation, and he's on the Global Steering Committee for the Campaign for Nature. So huge depth of experience that we get to dive into today. So, massive opportunity for us. Your Excellency, we are delighted to welcome you here today. And over the course of your distinguished career, the Ethiopian economy grew tremendously. But it was quite clear that from the outset, you recognised the challenges that climate was going to pose for the people of Ethiopia. You drove green initiatives, particularly Myself involved in one, planting many, many trees in Ethiopia, but also being part of an industry whose future was going to be driven by green energy and energy that didn't emit carbon emissions. So a strategy which I came to be part of later in your tenure, so clearly one that you'd been thinking of for many, many years. Could you perhaps give us some background and perspective to the challenges that climate has impacted Ethiopia from the role of Prime Minister and the previous executive offices you held, but also how you saw that was driving opportunities for change in Ethiopia?
Thank you very much, Professor Dominique. And I would like also to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on this very pertinent topic on opportunities that the current situation we are in with regards to climate change can create to jobs, decent jobs to our young people. You know, Africa is a very young continent, and so we need to make this opportunity of the climate change to bring decent jobs to our young people. I think it is possible to do that if we properly invest in a very innovative way to curb the situation. For sure, climate change is a daunting challenge. It's not an idea or a theory now. It is something which is biting us, and we need to address it. While addressing that, it's not also a concern, but it is an opportunity as well. Because we are latecomers as Africa, and we have huge opportunity not to repeat the past mistakes other continents have made in their development course. One example is we can modernize our culture, which is very climate sensitive and climate smart. Like, for example, we need drought-resistant seeds in agriculture, and that calls for innovation. And in that sense, because we have young, educated youth, they can involve in producing, because 60% of global arable land is in Africa, which has not been utilized. So we can invest in agriculture with our young people involved in it in a modern, climate-smart way. And opportunity is there because it's a very digitally connected society at this time. And young people are very much versatile on digital technology, and they can use precision agriculture, which is modern agriculture that can produce and export. So I think this is one of the areas. But we can also move into high-tech, investments using energy which is very clean. My own country, as you mentioned, Professor Dominic, we are engaged in producing green energy from hydro, from solar, from geothermal, and even from wind. So this is a huge opportunity. I mean, now, obviously, we have to go ahead of what the global community is thinking at this time and acting. Like, for example, the European Union has, a lots of restriction that is coming because of the climate issue and the environment issue. But we have to be ahead of what the policies are being taken outside by using our green energy and green production so that we can make it as a competitive, investment in Africa. Yes, there is restriction, but we have also opportunity to go ahead of it and utilize that market very well. Of course, we can also move into, like, for example, in agriculture itself, cheaper way of producing fertilizer, like green hydrogen and green ammonia, which is, of course, there is a need for maturing this technology very well, but those who started it as reaping the benefit of having green ammonia, which is cheaper than the natural mineral. So I think these are all opportunities we have to look into, creating jobs to our young people. Climate adaptation, because Africa is the least contributing but the most affected continent, and we should be, while asking or pleading to the global community to support Africa and developing countries, but we cannot sit idle by, just looking for aid to come and support us. But we have to proactively act in this regard, and I believe we can do that. And the results now show that Africa can move very fast and accelerate way to bring about this change and transformation to happen. So in this regard, our example shows that, the afforestation programs we are in now, in a massive way in my country, Ethiopia, the billions of trees being planted, and we are moving that into productive afforestation program with agro plantations. Like avocado is the one which is liked by many countries now, and Ethiopia is exporting that commodity. But young people can grow it in a modern, technology-based way to bring about a quality avocado that can be produced in Ethiopia and exported to China, to Europe, to other countries in the globe. So I think we have to also increase the intra-African trade, which is nascent, and we have to move fast in that regard as well, with African Continental Free Trade Area that helps African countries to trade with each other. Like my own country, coffee is something which is traded very well, but there is a niche. If it is climate smart, then you can get more money out of it than the traditional one. So I think that calls for young people. Not my fathers can do that because they are old, they can't understand easily the technologies, but young people can do it at this moment. So we can mention lots of opportunities, within the challenge of the climate change we are seeing now. Yes, we cannot undermine the challenge we are facing with the climate change if we do not proactively act on innovative ways to help this happen.
Indeed. And this leads us very well, Your Excellency, for me to formally introduce Mr. Gazal. Mr. Gazal is a business leader, entrepreneur, and philanthropist who is, from my perspective, what I've seen in the region of Central Asia, has driven from the traditional industries which have underpinned the economy here to to green positive sectors, the forefront of some of the technologies that His Excellency speaks about. And through the Tahir Gazal Initiative for Development, Mr. Gazal is a leading champion in sharing the knowledge and skills that he's been able to develop in smart technologies around agriculture, agrotech, and in some of what a lot of people may not be aware of in a very dry part of the world, being Central Asia. So similar challenges to Africa, but slightly ahead in the development of the technologies, of which I'm hoping today we can share some of those ideas with His Excellency to drive that job creation and prosperity that we talk about. And I know as well Mr. Gazal is a very keen sportsman and doing a lot to support communities through sports, health and fitness. So driving less consumption of foods which are not so great for health and planet, but making communities far more prosperous in their own health agendas. So Mr. Gazal, thank you for being here. We're very excited to hear some of the insights and the reflections from His Excellency, and perhaps you could share some of the experiences that you've seen and how we can intertwine those paths to prosperity and job creation in parts of the world where climate is having the biggest impacts.
Professor Dominique, Your Excellency, great privilege to be here with you. I want to thank ODI for this exceptional opportunity. Indeed, my country, Azerbaijan, is a fossil-producing country, and that's where my traditional background work started. I was a director in a petroleum trading company. But I realized that this is not my life story. This is not the life that I want to live. And I closed my company. And I sought projects and ideas that would connect me to nature, connect me to farmers, to the reality of life. Because I realized in Azerbaijan, 1.2 million people live in agriculture, with agriculture. Of course, the question was, what would I do in agriculture? There is the classical agricultural model, which I think we have to really leave that behind us. It's open field, low density production, requires tremendous amount of space, tremendous resources of water. Imagine canals of water flowing open for thousands of kilometers. By the time they arrive at you, it's 60% already evaporated in a country that already has water stress. And we went and looked around the world, and we decided to bring the very modern Dutch greenhouse technology to Azerbaijan. And we did our first 10 hectare. It was a tremendous amount of investment compared to open field. It is true that if you want prosperity in agriculture, you have to be a long-term investor. And you have to be a deep investor, i.e. you have to look at the sector very deeply, seriously, study it, understand the local conditions, and build something that lasts. After 2 years, we were getting 7 times the production kilogram compared to the open field. We realized we're saving 95% water. It's a miracle, 95% water. We were saving 85% pesticides. Imagine you're producing with 85% pesticides. In fact, in some parts of our greenhouse, we didn't need to use pesticide at all. We were growing organic. We were heating our greenhouses in the winter, capturing the carbon that was leaving, giving the carbon back to the plants because it's a closed system. The plants take that carbon dioxide, transform it into oxygen, and that oxygen would leave the greenhouse. So we realized that if we manage to grow this business, this model, on size and scale, that we could do something incredible. So something that started at 10 hectares, every year the company grew. We did not take any profits out. We have been reinvesting profits back in since 15 years now. Almost never took any dividend out. But by now, we have a green size that is half the size of country of Monaco, around 1 million square meter. And we're always searching for the next frontier. So during one of our conversations, one of our middle managers says, we talk about sustainability in a new way. I wish we could produce greenhouses with thermal energy. And we took that as our challenge, Professor. And the latest greenhouses we built in Turkey are with absolutely zero carbon production with thermal energy material. So what I want to say is there's so much local resources that if you understand, you can apply to. And I suggest that Africa, Ethiopia, the same thing. Businessmen in that country have to look at agriculture as a deep science, as a very serious science, understand the implications of what does it mean to have an open field where your livelihood depends on the weather conditions that you cannot predict, versus having something that is literally indestructible. Almost. It can withstand anything. And our model has proven in Azerbaijan, the place where we used to have our greenhouses used to be called the Valley of the Snakes. There was nothing. And now that valley produces 20% of Azerbaijan's tomatoes. It's an almost semi-desert, arid land. It's incredible by saving 95% water. So it's proven that it can be done. It is possible.
So we're seeing through technology, not just the advancement of productivity, but the efficiencies of one, driving your costs down, but two, driving your impact down. And that's something that, from my perspective, having built many factories throughout the world, producing garments, including in Ethiopia, a lot of people would always question, why am I focusing on the climate identifiable impacts? And we're going back 10, 15 years. People struggled to understand that there was a cost to water. Now, particularly when you're living in, say, Sri Lanka, there is a lot of water around, but the water doesn't stay. And there's a cost to processing it, cleaning it. So by driving your water consumption down, your electricity consumption down, your idle times of your trucks, efficiencies in your logistics, we're starting to see the byproduct of profits being driven to reinvest back into further efficiencies. When Your Excellency, did you first see businesses understand that efficiencies were not just the driver for the bottom line, but they understood it was the driver for a better planet?
Yeah. I think the whole idea is, our systems are interconnected. When you improve somewhere, in some place, then you see that the impact is far-reaching to the other sectors as well. So if, for example, I am chairing the Trademark Africa now, together with you, and we see that the improvement we are making in Mombasa port to export, like, for example, some of the products we see, moving through that port, by reducing the time and efficiency, like it has been taking 3 months, but now only 7 days. So it's a huge improvement in the system itself. And that means, the whole value chain has improved and creates lots of energy for investors to invest in. That all means when you invest in more this kind of, efficient companies, then you create lots of jobs, because still Africa is in a very low stage of development, and we have to pass through the ladder very quickly. So we need huge investment to be invested in. That all calls for more jobs to be created when we increase effectiveness and efficiency. So that's how it is. So I think the precision agriculture, which my colleague was talking about, is something which Africa also has to see, because water is a very scarce commodity, and even land, which is abundant in Africa, but it won't continue like this, so we have to effectively use it. So whatever efficiency and effectiveness we add into the system, it all means we are creating values, and we are attracting more investment into our systems, and we can create more jobs.
Indeed.
So it's very essential in this regard.
One of the things, you got me thinking about trademark, and I'd like both of your comments on this. One of the things we're seeing in supermarkets in Europe is that they're saying they don't want to air freight any fruit or vegetables anymore.
Yeah.
Understand the thinking, and understand how, in marketing terms, this is a good story, it's a good narrative. But when supermarkets in Europe announce that they won't put avocados on planes, I support the initiative. But when it's not possible to get avocados onto boats in Africa, it throws the system completely. So I want to get an understanding, Mr. Ghazal, from your side in the private sector, and your side, Chair, from a governance perspective. We are seeing decisions made of which, in Europe, it seems very easy and straightforward, and it seems like the right thing. But actually, it is costing lives and livelihoods and putting economies back. So how do we balance that conversation as a producer to have the consumer understand, yes, we want to make sure that the way we get goods to you is the most efficient as possible, but if you turn it off today, my farm's going, my people without work. How would you approach those conversations? And apologies for throwing it out there, because I know these concepts might cause offence to those that consume avocados easily and don't even think about how it gets on the shelf, and say, of course it should come on a boat. But when the reality is that East Africa can hardly get fresh fruit and vegetables because we don't have cold storage, that puts not 5,000, maybe hundreds of thousands of people's livelihoods at risk, driving the climate impact even further, despite us wanting to do steps with goodwill. So from your perspective, Mr. Ghazal, and then we'll go to His Excellency, how do we have those conversations of transition to understanding efficiencies take time to gain?
I will answer this from my business experience. The retail chains like to consolidate their suppliers to fewer and fewer numbers. The less suppliers who can deliver most product is better for them in terms of management. Which means what? Which means there are less suppliers but with negotiating power. Why do they have that negotiating power with the retailer? Let's not talk about the consumers, let's talk about the retailer. It's because they have a good post-harvest technology, i.e., they can consolidate a large amount of products from many farmers, which are small farmers, have a center where all these thousands of farmers deliver products to a center. There's a sorting machine, and today these sorting machines are very clever. With AI, you can teach them if they see any defects, any shape, any color, it sorts them in a different quality. And then when you go to these retail chains, as a qualified, branded item that has a standard quality deliverable to them, I think there is your negotiating power you're at a position where they will listen to you. However, if you go in a fragmented sense, you are insignificant, your numbers are insignificant, you're trying desperately to find, that is why I think if a country like Ethiopia, any country in Africa, wants to be able to have a foothold in the European market, they need to invest in their post-harvest and what we call, they do this in cooperatives as well. It doesn't have to be a single company. So a cooperative of farmers, 200 farmers can come together and say, you know what, we'll all put together something. Okay, we don't have the money to make an AI machine now, we will do it visually. We will pack this under one brand and we'll make this one delivery company into Europe. Once your numbers are large, then you will find new means of logistic, new means of negotiating the whole channel, as well as with the retail and to the final consumer. That would be my answer to you from my business experience.
So, Your Excellency, please, from your perspective as government, but also as a Pan-Africanist, seeing those challenges and how these decisions impact Africa.
Yeah, I think I fully agree with Gonzalez on this issue. We have examples. We have regulations for outgrowing schemes. We have regulations how to consolidate produce in Africa from smallholder farmers, especially from production up to the whole value chain. We need to have young people involved in it because the quality issue is very essential. The phytosanitary issue is very essential, and it cannot be done by smallholder farmers at the current stage.
Yeah.
So we have to improve those things with technologies involved in it, as was said. And of course, proper policy from the government side, supporting young people to have proper regulation and trainings and capacity building, that all be done by the government. So I think this is a public-private partnership program. It's not just a private sector, but the public sector also has to understand and support the process. As you mentioned, for example, the flour sector, in East Africa, both Kenya and Ethiopia are exporting flour to Europe through the Belgian and the Dutch auction systems. In this regard, now there is a provision that has come already that if it is air freight, then they are not going to accept it. So what's the option we have? It's a sea freight. If it is that, then again, until with all inefficiencies in the value chain, we can't export to Europe with the quality which is we do in air freight.
Indeed.
So we have to improve the whole chain in this regard, as was said, consolidating this process together with a private and public partnership. So now the improvement in efficiency and effectiveness in the trading system with cool chain, proper cool chain, and all those precisions needed is very important to trade with Europe.
Indeed.
Yeah, and our coffee, for example.
The best.
The coffee has to be without afforestation. That is the regulation that EU has now set in place. And so how can we prove that this coffee is produced in an area where it is not degraded or it's not deforested? So that calls for precision agriculture that helps to mature and showcase. And it's very costly for the compliance. So if you don't consolidate it, the compliance issue becomes very costly.
Yeah.
A fragmented farm doesn't work. So it is a necessity now for us to make it more efficient,
Indeed.
but a concerted effort by governments, non-governmental organizations, donor communities, and the farmers, especially young farmers, together that we can cope to the climate issues and the regulations and restrictions that are put in place at this moment.
Indeed. And Your Excellency, one of the things I'd like to think about, we've touched upon some of the areas of where Azerbaijan, and particularly through the innovations of Mr. Ghazal's enterprises, have driven efficiencies which positively benefit people and planet. But in Africa, we have done some incredible work, as you said, at the front line of the climate crisis. But we've also done incredible work in driving those efficiencies in supply chains, 3 months to 7 days. 3 months from Rwanda to get your paperwork, to get your goods cleared, to get it on a boat out of Mombasa. Now it's less than 7 days. We've done incredible work in the region, and I know Ethiopia, with its dry ports and being a landlocked country, has faced many challenges, yet is able to bring goods in and out for a population of 110 million people to the rest of the world, and a growing population. So we have examples of huge success, particularly in East Africa. But we also have, I don't want to use the word, we have challenges here, however, in Central Asia, moving goods from China through to Europe. So I'd like to talk about, actually, Mr. Ghazal's hugely honoured us with some of his experiences in agriculture, but perhaps we could share with Mr. Ghazal some of our experiences in trade and logistics in landlocked countries, in regions which don't have those ports and access to borders, and how that's driven prosperity by bringing the cost of trade down, how that's driven jobs, got people out of poverty. Because this region, Azerbaijan, has been very successful in logistics, but its neighbours, with all due respect, not so much so. But there's a huge opportunity to decarbonise this trade corridor. Perhaps you could give some reflections on, as you helped Ethiopia develop in its trade in a landlocked country.
Exactly. I think we use mainly the Djibouti port for our exports. And in that corridor, I think one of the things is we introduced a cool chain system which didn't exist. And with investors coming from Netherlands and other places, we introduced a cool chain system which created a huge opportunity for our young people to get jobs there. So I think introducing those kind of things has helped us a lot. And we do have dry ports to make it, multimodal transport system rather than just unimodal system which we were using. And that also created, huge opportunity in this regard. And we reduced, all the bureaucratic bottlenecks and red tapes that has, hindered the efficient and effective movement of goods from Addis to Djibouti, and even from other regional capitals to Addis and to Djibouti. But we also introduced a green transport mechanisms.
Yes.
We have a railway system which is connected to Djibouti, which is electric driven from green source.
Yeah.
So again, it is climate resilient, but also cheap electric source, which also reduces the cost of business in Ethiopia. Now I can give you an example. We sell in 4 cents per kilowatt hour in Ethiopia, while those who are using diesel power generated, they sell 16 cents, 15 cents, which is 6-7 times the cost of production of electricity. So I think you can see in the value chain there are a number of improvements that can be done that can help, make it more efficient and effective.
Well, indeed. And as in a region which has been highly driven, its wealth has been highly driven by oil and gas. We now see in the transport sectors, even in the marine sectors, movement to hydrogen-fueled shipping. We're seeing a number of technologies come through which will drive the biggest container ships in the world, or get trucks moving across borders. So we have this challenge at the moment of efficiencies at borders, making sure trucks are not sitting there idly burning fuel. But that when the fuel goes away and we look at electric powered trucks or hydrogen powered buses, we're still consuming energy. We don't want to waste energy in whatever form it's generated. How do you see that transitioning happening here, Mr. Ghazal, in respect of Azerbaijan and the region moving away from oil and this transition to a greener future, and the fuels that we're seeing come through that are going to drive that? I mean, from your perspective, how is that adapted? Because we've heard from His Excellency how Ethiopia has set a bold plan on energy, as have many other African countries, including Namibia. But those plans were never to build coal power plants. They were to build hydrogen, perhaps nuclear in the future, or thermal, geothermal. How's that transitioning happening here?
Well, if you look at the middle corridor, what we call, at one end of the node is China and the other is Europe. Imagine, and you're right in the middle. The opportunity is tremendous. This is the only non-sanctioned route from China to Europe. So opportunity is there, tremendous. However, unfortunately, I think, practically speaking, this is one of our Achilles heel. The reason being, we have very number of neighboring countries here with quite different customs and traditions. We are very, very close countries with close mentality, and they don't, unfortunately, get along so well with each other. Neither is there a will. It's slowly dissolving, this thing. It's all coming out. But to me, I think it is the human factor that is slowing the evolution of this greening and speeding up the corridor. It's very challenging from China to Kyrgyzstan with its own unique challenges, with all these different countries allied to different parts of the world, one to Russia, the other one towards China, one towards West, one towards... So I think there's a lot of challenges here. What every country is trying to do now is trying to solve their own problem within, increase the efficiency of each country's working, trying to do within itself. So they're electrifying everything within their borders, and hopefully the hope is here that one day we will all sit down, all our neighbors, and actually connect. Yes, but it's a challenge.
It's a challenge. And fortunately, Your Excellency, in Africa, I feel there is really good alignment on the challenges. Sometimes the goal is set before the reality, but Africa is, and the people that I've had the pleasure of working with across the continent, has always been resilient to change. It is at the forefront of the impacts of climate, but it is at the forefront of, as we touched upon, understanding what those opportunities may be to bring prosperity. How, in your previous roles as chair at AU or COMESA and other institutions, have you been able to, despite differences of opinions and different views in governance, Africa is really starting to unify on its trade, the AFCFTA, and you've played a key role in that. What was the driving forces? What could we share with our friends here in the region to integrate better on those trade platforms?
Thank you, Professor Dominic. I think when I was chair of the African Union in 2012, that was when we initiated the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And after 6 years, we were able to reach to an agreement that is the largest trading bloc globally. Yeah. I think we started in a decent way to implement the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And it is going, I'm not so happy with the speed it goes, but still we are on the right track.
Yeah.
The thing is, I understood from my own experience in Ethiopia, when smallholder farmers have a bumper harvest, then immediately the market falls.
Yeah.
And if we can't trade with each other and also export in an efficient way, then obviously there will not be any growth and progress in our agriculture sector. That's where I understood that trade is the most important tool to help integrate smallholder farmers to the global community and also to the national markets. So AFCFTA is one of the landmark decisions that our leaders have done. So that's where we have opportunity, but we have to accelerate it as much as we can. And that needs a political commitment, and I hope our leaders will be up to it at this moment. But otherwise, yes, that decision was very essential and will continue to push along that line.
Well, we're certainly seeing in the countries in Africa that are able to trade under AFCFTA, we're already seeing for the first time Ghana buying tea from Kenya, Ghana buying rice from Nigeria instead of Vietnam. I mean, who would have thought that the Ghanaians weren't buying Kenyan tea? They were buying tea that was probably from Kenya, blended in London, and then shipped all the way back. I mean, this is the other thing for me where I love to remind people efficiencies in trade bring down carbon. So if Ethiopia is growing coffee, shipping it to Italy to be roasted, and then putting it on a boat back to Durban to be drunk, that's not efficient. By driving direct trade for Ethiopia to bring in the values for Kenya, Ghana, where the value addition is created not just in the farm, but in the processing, the packaging, the marketing, we don't only just bring prosperity to the producing countries, we reduce carbon emissions. For me, it's a win-win. And the Western, Italy shouldn't be upset that Lavazza will be being roasted in Ethiopia, because it actually has the EU setting its targets to bring down carbon. It can drive prosperity, bring carbon down, and be an even bigger brand on a continent where markets are saturated in the further developed countries. For me, I like to think of it as so simplistic, but the reality is we get value addition in the region, whether it's Central Asia, whether it's Africa. We bring people out of prosperity and we drive carbon emissions down. And we're seeing African countries grasp this. Do you think the rest of the world is starting to grasp the importance of this too?
I think there is a need for more advocacy in this regard. I hope this platform itself can help us in doing so. But Africa has to add values to its produce than just sell it raw, which is not acceptable at all. And I think the whole idea of African Continental Free Trade Area is the rule of origin, which helps us to originate the value creation in the continent itself. I think that's where we have to move.
Correct.
You invested in my country. Thank you for that. The whole idea is to add value in my own country. Our cotton has been going directly to European countries and to China without being value added. But now we are producing textile and garment in Ethiopia and exporting to United States and other countries. And the major sourcers are now investing in Ethiopia. So I think this is a big achievement, and we have to continue in that line.
Well, and it's still crazy to me that parts of Africa grow cotton. It then goes to China to be spun, and then it comes back to Africa to be stitched, and then goes on a boat to the US. Once again, add the value in Africa, reduce the carbon, bring the jobs. Yes. And Mr. Ghazal, it must be a very compelling opportunity for you as an investor. You're no longer just investing in one African country. If you come and invest in Ethiopia or Namibia or Kenya, you're investing in the entire continent now. You're given access to a market of over 1 billion people. The world's 25% of the world's future population will be on the beautiful continent of Africa. I mean, that must as well be a huge appealing opportunity for investors like yourself, which are expanding beyond the region, taking those expertise. I mean, if I said to you 10 years ago, you invest in Kenya, you can only sell in Kenya, perhaps you'd say no. But now if I say to you, you can invest in Kenya, you can sell to the whole of Africa, I'm assuming that changes your perspectives, but please.
Professor Domik, when we had a meeting with Commonwealth, and I went there to understand more about Africa. As you know, Commonwealth has many African countries under its arm. And it became very clear soon to me that from all the know-hows that I have, the one that I think Africa needs most is seed breeding. It is unbelievable to me that the world's giant seed companies, they sell millions of seeds to Africa. There is not a single seed breeding station in Africa.
It's terrible.
This is beyond my comprehension. And I tell this to my African brothers, sisters, countries. You need a seed that loves your soil. You need a seed that loves your sun, that loves your water, because your water is not my water. It's not Dutch water. You are right now buying seeds from Holland, from America, but your water is not American water. The constitution is different. PhD is different. The boron, the salt content is different. So you're bringing an alien seed that does not know where it is, what it's doing there, doesn't have a root there. And all you need to do is set up a seed breeding station. It's a beautiful journey, because to make a local seed, you need 9 generations of seed. And the whole process, it really is extraordinary. When you put the first generation and you watch from this generation of 2,000 plants, which ones liked this place, Your Excellency? We will watch. Oh, we will see this one thrived. This one is happy here. We pick that as the next generation father. Then we choose a mother. And after 9 generations, you have a local seed that is adapted to the climate, to the heat, that is resistant to the local disease. To the local, everywhere has its own disease. You may not have brown rugose virus in Africa now that we have here. So we realize it's a grand opportunity. Similarly, Africa is a place where, with very simple technical introduction of very simple technologies, you can create wonders. Simply drip irrigation. Just sell honest, honorable drip irrigation pipes. Educate the farmer. Very system irrigation automation. Very system, very basic. Sell it. Sell it as a wholesaler. Go to the farmer, say, look, do you know what? I'll give this to you and I'll buy your produce from you. Don't pay me for this. It's free. I'm gifting it to you. When you make tomatoes, just sell me your tomatoes. You're earning money while you're selling. If it's reasonable, you're buying and you're reselling. So it really, you're absolutely right. Africa is a golden opportunity. What do we need? We need business people who are not thieves, who are not there to take, who are wise enough to understand, if I am going there, I have to build my castle. I have to build something that will remain there forever, and will come and say, government, hello, I'm here with a good heart, with an investment. Please help me. I want a PPL with you. I want a private partnership. This is what I want to do. I don't know the workforce. Give me this, give me that. I'm here to stay. I want to make money here. But after 10 years, 15 years, when I've built all this empire, when I've built all these facilities, and now it's a cash machine, and the cash generated from this will just keep on growing. That's how we did it here. That's all.
Yeah, we need, the world needs, Africa needs investors that can drive that change.
We need people like Mr. Gonzalez. Please come and invest in Africa, and rest assured, I just invite you. This is very important for us, for our young people, and you are very much instrumental. I like your words, and we need people like yourself that can invest in social, as a social enterprise. God bless you. Thank you.
I think the biggest question, Your Excellency and Mr. Ghazal, is where will the tomato taste best? Is it going to be an Azeri tomato? Is it going to be an Ethiopian tomato? Under this method, where will the world's greatest tasting tomato be? I know, for me, I think it will be in the soil of Africa, but it will need your expertise to beautify and help us generate. We're coming to a close. I'd just like to share a few reflections, but before I do, Mr. Ghazal, perhaps a couple in closing remarks from you, and maybe around your passion of wanting to drive, and I say it with a smile, Azerbaijan's best tomato when you had so many other opportunities. Tell us just, you've spoken so passionately today. Tell us your dreams and desires for this world to become a better, more prosperous place with more people in jobs, and how we're going to do that by driving carbon down. Please, a few closing comments for you, Mr. Ghazal.
I think it all starts with a genuine passion. I'll tell you what's my passion today in my world. I thought to myself, how can I stop all the wars in the world? I said, maybe I can do that with a tasty tomato. If I made a tomato so tasty, people woke up in the morning, they said, oh my God, this is the tomato that my grandmother used to give to me. I will connect it to his own soul and start a beautiful day. And maybe for that day, he will do something good for the next person. I seriously joke not. We made the idea of creating a tasty tomato a passion. And we invested $5 million into this R&D of how do you create a tasty tomato. Because to create taste, it means you have volatile chemicals. It means you need genetic diversity, a biodiversity that doesn't exist in the current seeds that are sold in the market. It means you have to have a South American variation, mix an African tomato, mix with that to create that genetic diversity. As you know, nature appreciates marriage of long-distance genetics. That something beautiful comes out of it. It's really as simple as that. It's going with a clear mind, clear objective, trusting in yourself, being very good in your analytics, in your expectations, and creating it. And the joy of being with the public, with the people, raising them. I'll tell you one thing. If I go to Africa, the first thing I will say to African farmers is, please, please buy more expensive seeds.
Yeah.
Don't go for the cheapest seed. It's a lie. This seed is $10 more expensive, but you lose 5 kilo of production. Go for higher, not super expensive, not the Dutch variety, but educate them. And how do you do that? Well, you give free samples. Hello, sir. Please try this on the corner of your farm. So if you are if you are patient, if you are there with an attitude to give and not to take.
Correct.
Once you want to give, there's a passion that comes with it.
Indeed.
And from that, you have a viral effect. Everyone knows you in a while.
You
Because
pay it
this
forwards.
man has come to give, this company. And that is how you succeed. You go there to give.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ghazal. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, thank you for being here. Please, your closing perspectives.
Yeah, thank you very much for this forum. My belief is that it's not everybody that brings transformation in a nation or a continent. It's only few. And I believe in our youth. They are very much innovative, and they are very creative, and they can bring this change to happen. But the only thing is we have to give them access.
Yeah.
I call all political leadership and civil society leadership, and as well as global community, to help our young people to unleash their potential and innovative power so that they can transform Africa. So I think this is the main message I just want to pass in this discussion, and I thank for the organizers giving us this opportunity, and for the African youth.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Mr. Ghazal, Your Excellency.
Just one last message I
Please,
want to say.
please.
The field of agriculture, the new agriculture, is infinite. You can talk about soil health. That itself is a science, an infinite science, an opportunity to do business. You can talk about pesticides, the modern pesticides. There are now new pesticides that are not broad spectrum. They are narrow and target a specific agent that it wants to destroy and not kill the whole environment. There is drones, there is precision farming, there is fintech, there is blockchain. So it is a whole economy. Really, the sky is the limit. That's the message I want to give to the youth.
Indeed, and I think it allows me to reflect as we close that His Excellency has rightly said, the African youth want to work. They are capable. They want. We need the jobs in Africa, and the opportunities are there. But we do need businesses to come and give those opportunities, not take those opportunities, as you said, Mr. Gazelle. And by the initiatives of paying it forwards, helping people understand where agriculture has moved, for example. From my personal experience, so just to give a quick anecdote, I know we've only got a couple of minutes left. I lived in a subsistence farming community in Uganda about 20 years ago. And they focused on growing what were called Victoria potatoes. Now, everyone in the village and the villages surrounding went to harvest at the same time. The day they went to harvest, the cost of potatoes collapsed. Absolutely collapsed, because everyone was selling potatoes that day. However, what I did was I built a cooperative, a store for the community. And I said, at the next harvest, you're not going to market, you're going to put it in store. And the community were up in arms. They said, we need the money. Even though it was tiny, it was minuscule, they needed that cash because the poverty was so great. So what I did was I paid that community for the cost of the potatoes they get at market. And I said, in 6 months' time, when no one else got potatoes at market, you then go and sell them and you pay me back. 6 months later, they went to market, sold them for 10 times more than they would have had they just gone to market. And I broke the cycle. They were now selling their potatoes 6 months later than everyone else. Of course, I didn't ask for the money back when I paid for the potatoes initially. So by businesses going in and just disrupting the cycle a bit with visionaries like His Excellency, creating the environment for the people of Africa, the youth of Africa, to seize those opportunities, the world will become a far cleaner place for us all to live in, but most importantly, a more prosperous place for us all to enjoy. And with that, I want to thank everyone for joining this conversation. I want to thank you so much, Mr. Gazelle, and Your Excellency, for taking the time in your extremely busy diaries to be here. For those of you that are online that have joined late, this is recorded. You'll be able to log back in and watch it later with snippets. It is well worth the conversation, but most importantly, I feel in this hour, we are going to continue to support driving change in the parts of the world that need it most. So thank you to you both for that.
where it's kind of hot right. It's hosted by the Climate, Peace and Transboundary Resilience Pavilion. A long name, but that's all right. But it's supported by ODI, and it's ODI, now ODI rebranded last week, I think. So it's ODI World or ODI something else. They are no longer ODI, right? So today for this discussion, we're really, you notice there are no panelists here. They're all there, so you will see them in a little while. So they're no, it's too small for me and the panelists here. So we'll bring them. It's a little bit different we're trying today to make sure that we have an event that people can participate in and people can just be engaged in. And we're really trying to build some momentum around heat. And if you're from Jamaica, we never pronounce an H. So anybody that is from Jamaica, we just say eat. So if you hear me say that, forgive me, the H is gone, right? We have a brilliant lineup of speakers for you, and I'm going to apologize one time. To all the speakers, you can call me Uname, and I'll call you by your first name, right? And we hope that we will get inspiration, not from your name, but from what you say, right? And so I'm asking your permission to just use your first name. And if I don't have the permission, I'll step outside after, and you can abuse me after. I'll take the abuse, right? So your name, the institution I'll identify, and really just the passion that we want to build this momentum all around. I'll look to see if I see a speaker that I want to hear from, so they will come in no order. And if you know anything about Jamaica, we are an orderless, very, very ordered society. So I will call the speaker in no particular order, and you stand up. I'm asking people who are standing, however, not to take the seat of the speaker, because I will get them off the stage after the allotted time. And therefore, just to keep the conversation going, there's a QR code there. And if you feel inspired, COP is all about QR code. You're even ordering your food through the QR code. So we are inspired to scan the QR code. And with those few, I'll introduce to you our SG, the Secretary General of the International Federation of Red Cross, Dear to Man Red Crescent Societies, Jagan, you have the floor. Let me see if we can get it on. Yeah. Yeah. It's a turning table.
Thank you. Do you hear me? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Inami. I wanted to make it very informal, but I still need my cheat sheet. So thank you for that beautiful introduction, and thank you, everyone being. I think short discussion is around the and we have been in IFRC, with our climate center, we have been talking about heat for quite some time. But every time July, August comes, there is a heat, people are affected, it becomes a bit of a topic. And comes October, the sun disappears, and also the topic disappears. And we have now worked with USAID and others, and I'm very happy to have DG Klima here. I think this year we started some work together on climate adaptation, because what we found with this study is that it is really a silent killer. Almost 500 killed every year. 500,000 people. That's not a small number. Even in last couple of years, when we have seen the conflict sort of going massively up, that number is nowhere, the people killed by conflict is nowhere close to this number. Again, I'm not trying to minimize the inhumanness of the killing by the conflict. I'm not trying to minimize that at all. But when you just purely compare the number, it's not even half of that. And it's also impacting the people who are really living in a vulnerable setting. The elderly is living alone. The children living in areas, which are not so accessible. How do we get the spotlight on this silent killer and not allow that we forget 10 months a year and then 2 months test and all those things? I will not get into those statistics. Must be a major. Okay. See, we have put this map for quite some 30 to contribute 100 million people across cities, 1,000 communities. So we try to keep the number so it's easy to remember. I should not remember. I need the cheat sheet. People across 100. And the approach where the people I would do at the heart of it is, of course, the planet, but also it's as big a challenge for people as it is for the planet. So how to reduce exposure and equip people from the heat. The second is the places. How do we actually and sure, particularly in the urban setting, that's where we have seen the major challenge where the heat absorption is high. How do we equip the places, the cities, the houses, the accommodations? Then partnerships, and that's, I think, so important here today. We have such a diverse participation because none of us need to be a hero to try to do it alone, because none of us can do it alone anyway. One single hero. What we need is many, many heroes coming together. And that's really the approach from the IFRC. We want to work together. Of course, we are a very community-based organization with the local Red Cross and Red Crescent Society to 16 million volunteers who lead. But these volunteers, organizations, can contribute because they live in the communities and they have the trust and access to the communities. So, people, let's focus on people. Let's ensure that the places people live are safe enough, and let's do this together, partnership. To bring a sense of urgency on the issue, because it is killing people and it is killing the people in vulnerable setting. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from everybody, of course the speaker, but everybody here, get that momentum. So when we go forward,
let me thank the SG, but also let me remind him that some of us are from, the heat does not disappear. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. And I was telling the gentleman at the mic, what I can't tell you, but what we do when the heat is on. The beach is there. You can use your mind, right? Right. So it's really just getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and really not, people just can't go outside anymore, and the homes are not built. So the partnership really that you spoke about is really needed to protect the lives of the people. That's it. So thank you, SG, for setting that context. And so let me hear from the partners now that we are talking about one by one, and really, and the organizations that are here to frame the conversation as you did, looking at just the people, the places that that are suffering, but more so the partnership that we need to build out and to build this momentum to make sure that we are protecting properties and lives and people. So I'm going to ask my panelists, sitting panelists, that you have 5 minutes in the first instance. And I'm used to putting people off the stage. Maybe that's why they bring me here. 5 minutes, because we have a lot of people to talk to us this evening. And I'm going to apologize again if I didn't get to you this evening. We'll get to you in the next session. All right? So let me ask, since we have, I think, UNDRR, the representative from UNDRR, Kamal, I'm going to, I know the work you're doing, and I just want you to tell us what you're doing and how you're going to do it and what the organization is doing.
So I don't think I am here to talk about what we are doing, but what we should be doing.
Okay.
There are three parts to the heat problem. The first part is really coming up with a good system of setting up heat-related thresholds, heat the work that Daniel does, which is, it is different from what you do for cyclones, because the cyclone is experienced uniformly across the world. You have Saffir-Simpson scale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't have that for heat. So many other things, the kind of culture you live in, the kind of houses you live in, the age groups, the sectors. So we really need to do work at the intersection of meteorology, public health, infrastructure, other economic sectors, and so on. That's one. The second part is social protection systems. We have great heat action plans that have come up in the last 15, 20 years. Some of them have actually shown to reduce the loss of lives. There are protocols that if a heat signal is like this, you close down the construction sites, you reduce the school timings, you alert the health workers, you train them in detecting the signals of heat stress and so on. So all of that is fine. It's saving lives, but it is still destroying livelihoods. We do not have social protection systems to actually cover those whose jobs are lost because of heat. But these two are relatively easy bit. In the long term, as the Madam Moderator said, that we haven't built our houses to withstand heat, both in the global south and in the global north. Ultimately, there is no other way but to transform your built environment. And that's where we have done nothing. No one has done anything. The building regulations are 40 years old. You know, they don't recognize that we live in a hotter world. We are destroying reservoirs and green spaces in urban areas. We should be actually enhancing them. We have no market for construction technologies that will make settlements, particularly poor settlements, resilient to heat, you know, cool roof. You know, if you just paint the roof white, 3 degrees centigrades, but there is no market. There is no functioning market for it. Why it is not there? That's a question we have to ask. The understanding, I would like, my dream is that Daniel and some urban planner and architect sit together every 3 months and understand what's happening and plan together. The dialogue between urban planners and climatologists and meteorologists is non-existent. You know, I mean, the book, the Newfort's building standards, you're an architect, right? Building for climate is 50. You know, they're being used in architecture colleges. Architecture colleges do not teach passive cooling systems in buildings. You know, and finally, we are not really using the technology, the emerging technologies. You can actually detect distress signals of what is happening in settlements in real time and alleviate that suffering very quickly. You can actually do many things these days. So these are some of the things, random ramblings. Hope to get started.
That's all right. We'll take the random ramblings. Thank you, Kamal. And what I'm hearing from you is that we want to flip the action plan on its head that was developed in a singular way and to have the joint planning with the urban planners and all the people at the table making these action plans that can be in everybody.
20,000 kilometers of train tracks across the world is exposed to heat and is causing accidents.
He has the numbers. Don't take the train. Don't take the train. 120,000 kilometers of train tracks across the world is exposed. I'm going to remember you telling me that. But really, just to turn these action plans that we have, heat action plans, I didn't know we have those. And I've been in climate all my life. Yeah? So to turn these heat action plans into actionable documents and take them off the shelves and get this joined up planning. Thank you, Kamal. What a good way, really, really good way to start. Let me call Lindsay from USAID. Yes, I'm catching you off guard. Aha, I did that.
Hold it there, apparently, and not hold the bottom third. It might be a bit better.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Uname, Secretary General, ODI, IFRC, for your leadership on this critical issue. My name is Lindsay Doyle. I'm the Director for PREPARE, which is the President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience. This is the U.S. government's flagship effort on international climate adaptation. And Secretary General, you said that we're not here to talk about the problem set, but I think it does bear repeating that 2023 marked the hottest year on record, coinciding with deadly heat waves on nearly every single continent, from Pakistan to Tunisia to even at home in Texas. And we know that, according to the U.S., NOAA, and NASA, July 2024 marked the hottest month on record since the 1800s. Given this reality, this summer, the Biden-Harris administration hosted the first ever White House summit on extreme heat, really with a focus on prevention, knowing that we can make a difference in this number and reduce that. And so that was an effort that we pulled together domestically with our local governments. Internationally, at COP29, President Biden announced PREPARE, which is this whole of government effort to support more than 500 million people to adapt to the impacts of climate change. And through PREPARE, we have scaled up our support on climate information and early warning systems, including on extreme heat. In 2024, USAID's partner, the Famine Early Warning Systems Network, or FuseNet, launched new heat exposure projections that will really help countries with that planning effort in both the near and the long term. This year, NOAA trained over 80 forecasters and public health officials in the Caribbean and Pacific Islands in heat health early warning. And this is critical to get that information out to communities so that they know how to respond. Next year, NOAA plans to initiate early warning systems capacity building on heat with the focus in Africa, training of at least 50 forecasters in 6 pilot countries. We also we're really proud to work with the IFRC over in the spring to host with USAID Administrator Samantha Power the Global Summit on Extreme Heat, which brought together change makers from across the world to discuss many of these solution sets and strategies. And at the summit, USAID launched our Global Sprint for Action, which was an effort to really raise awareness about this issue and spur commitments. As just a couple of examples of the work that USAID is doing in response to that call, Asia Resilient Cities, USAID's work on urban resilience in Asia, is addressing extreme heat in Rajkot, India, by developing unused land in green spaces, assessing healthcare facilities for resilience and strengthening their response to heat waves, as well as conducting those community workshops that are critical for building that local capacity. We've brought in private sector partners to work on this effort, including U.S. companies such as Arup, which is a major engineering and infrastructure company that is providing much of that, the heat wave mapping for the city. In Jordan, we're working with schools to build smart architectural solutions for to really ensure that students are in learning environments that are not overheating. And so to really mitigate those temperatures, schools are using interventions like passive heating and cooling systems, thermal building insulation, double glazed windows, and shared outdoor spaces. And by 2026, we're hoping that this work will support 30 public schools and more than 35,000 students. And we'd like to see this work accelerate and do this more. In the agriculture space, we know that extreme heat and drought is a leading driver of farmer suicide, unfortunately. And so we are working with our USAID missions in the Philippines, as well as Rwanda, Ghana, Zambia, and Senegal to build out those climate-smart agricultural approaches that can help with adapting to extreme heat. And lastly, because building standards were brought up, I wanted to highlight that we are working with an industry association to really make sure that businesses overseas and local governments have those codes that they need and the capacity to support that over time. Thank you so much and appreciate the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you so much. And I think what I'll take away from you, which is we keep saying that we're doing this for the next generation. And the work that we're doing in schools to make sure that the learning environment, children are not learning anymore. They are too hot. And a lot of the schools these days, especially in the global south, in the island states that were built not for learning, not for heat, no windows, they're not for learning. And therefore, tie that with the health centers that are not built. So thank you for the work that USAID is doing, and therefore would want to see this spread wider across. And to throw that index out really is important for people to know that there needs to be not only a FCR problem, but a whole of society problem, and therefore need this partnership that we spoke about to make sure that people know that this work is ongoing, but also that these things, especially the outdoor workers, not only agriculture, but the construction workers, are really, really, really at risk. Thank you for that. So we heard two fairly lengthy. I'm going to go to my little impact speakers now. Maybe. And I'll call on, let me see, Paula from the World Bank. You're there? Amy. Okay. Owen. Hi. Hey, Paula.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you hold it here loosely, it will work.
Does it work?
Yes.
Okay, I can tell. Okay, well, thank you very much, IFRC. Thank you very much, Secretary General Nimai. Thank you, John. Thank you to the team. So I'm just coming here from an event on the Fund for Loss and Damage, where the UN Secretary General reminded us that we just survived the hottest day on record, the hottest month, and the hottest year in history. And this is time really to acknowledge. Kamal reminded us that there is this gap in the education system, forming architects, but also, I would say, our counterparts in government. Everything we do at the World Bank, where I work as an advisor in the climate change group, everything we do is country-driven. We work with ministers, we work with technicians, and we encounter a gap in the education system and the way to look at economic planning, policy planning, education systems, health systems. Nothing ever encompasses the consequences of climate change. So what we do, we have specific reports that we call CCDRs, country climate and development reports that help inform the priorities for countries and how to really look at development as intrinsically linked to climate, so that every policy, every infrastructure actually is informed by climate in a way that prevents further damage and also builds better. In fact, we at the World Bank, we really support early warning system. The early warning systems for all. We have 119 projects. We have financed over 1 billion in these projects. But we also have support the global cooling facility that really tackles extreme heat consequences. Overall, the way we approach it, though, is really by increasing financing for adaptation in general, because the consequences, the heat crisis, is really about an adaptation crisis. And that's where we need to finance not only early warning systems, cooling facilities, but also social protection systems for people who lose their jobs. We need to finance better schooling. You will remember earlier this year, in South Sudan, over 2 million children were unable to go to school because temperatures reached 45 degrees Celsius, which is not humanly possible. Chad, the Sahel, reach those temperatures now on a daily basis. So our mission is really to help those children. There are 600 million globally now, 2 million only in South Sudan, but 600 million globally last year, whose education was affected by heat, by extreme heat. That's a lot. 500,000 people died last year because of extreme heat, and in the next 10 years, that number is expected to quadruple, that 2 billion people globally. So in terms of resources, adaptation has to be now our main goal. We have set a goal of 45% of our financing to countries going to climate. That's $43 billion. And of these, half has to be for adaptation. We're not there yet, so we need to really do better and reach a 50-50 share between adaptation and mitigation, and within adaptation, support cooling systems, early warning systems, social protection systems. Some examples of our work that we want to replicate: 92 million investments in Sri Lanka, benefited 11 million people with advanced early warning systems. You will remember Cyclone Freddy in 2023 Mozambique, where with improved system, the death toll was much lower than previous cyclones. And we see that also in Bangladesh, that has established really effective early warning systems. We also work with cities. Ahmedabad in India, that is doing sort of South-South collaboration with South Africa and being kicked out. And I'm happy to answer any questions and give you more examples. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I never kick anybody. My feet are too small. but we have so many speakers here. But thanks again. The numbers are important, and the targeting of what we need at adaptation finance is even more important, because as a policymaker, once a policymaker, I know when you say adaptation finance, it just falls everywhere. And so this targeting to solve some of these problems that we're talking about, and really the heat that really is. In Jamaica in this summer, for the first time, we went to 39. Unheard of. Unheard of. Was the first time. So really, as you say, targeting the cooling, the schools and so becomes very important, and to drill down a little bit more into the communities that are suffering. Really, that's what we're here talking about. And how do we do that? That's when we impact the lives of the people that's there. These are the people in the communities that need us. So I'm going to go to Imani from, got that right? Perfect. From ICLE? Yeah? Perfect.
Thank you. Is it on? Yeah. Thank you. Thanks a lot for giving this opportunity. Thank you, Secretary General. I hope you remember that we have actually last year in COP28, we have signed an MOU with IFRC. ICLE and IFRC. I don't know how many you know about ICLE. ICLE is a city association all over the world. We have more than 2,600 cities as our members. As Secretary General is talking about IFRC and their numbers. So we have committed together that we will work together with our cities, because I think both Kamal and Secretary General and World Bank, everybody is saying that we need to work with the city governments. We need to work with citizens also, the community. So that's the MOU we signed. I'm happy to even tell you today that our colleagues in Bangladesh, I don't know how many of you know a city called Narayanganj. There was a training program happened on the heat action plan with some of IFRC colleagues are also joined today. So we both, as a partners, we have agreed that we will work with our partnerships, our both cities as well as with IFRC colleagues to educate, to train, to and scale up the action plans, what we are doing for the last 30 years, maybe with ICLE and also with IFRC on that thing. So we have actually even come out with last year a guidebook called Heatwave Guide for Cities. This is one thing which I will say it was like used by most of the city governments all over the world, not just, I represent mostly in South Asia and Asia Pacific region, but a lot of cities in Africa, Latin America have used this guide. I'm happy to share it with you, actually this one. This is one thing I think as to address like what Kamal was saying, that to train the city governments to use this guide and to plan for the heat action plans on that. At ICLE, we obviously work with through one of our pathways. It's called Equitable Development Pathway. We seek to foster just, inclusive and happy communities through this pathway, and to aim and address the historical causes of injustice and exclusion, of identifying and action on power imbalances and new and unintended patterns of inequality and exclusion on this. So our intention is to empower citizenship. I think that is one thing what we talk about, peoples. And we also talk about mostly on the urban designing patterns. I myself has worked with various local governments in India to help them out. How can their buildings, I think one thing what Kamal was also talking about, how can they change their buildings? How can they design like a new designs to come out with the buildings to help them out on the passive infrastructure or whatever to make sure they are livable. The houses, the homes should be livable rather than just making it a fancy homes or something like that. So we are doing this through ICLEI, and we are happy that we have partnered with IFRC on this. And hopefully, we were having discussions even in Brazil in our World Congress recently in the month of June. Maybe as a target, we want to start with 100 cities first to make sure that, I know this is a very small number compared to the number of cities all over the world, to say that this is how the citizens, the places, and the cities can come together and address this major issue. I know that it is not widely spread, but people are dying. I come from a city, this year, Delhi, we have more than, almost we touched 50 degrees centigrade the temperature. I could not even live in my own home. You can imagine, like, I have air conditioners, everything, but this is the thing on that. So it is, we are committing to our partnership, Secretary General. Let us take it forward and see how we can help together to address this major issue on that. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I don't need that. Let me remind you that we are at a climate conference. We're at a COP, and the number 100 is problematic already. But notwithstanding that, having clear target is important, and therefore, let's see, we want to really transform what we call cities. I call them the concrete jungles, because most of them are concrete jungles. And most of the city governments, as we know, have no budget because they report up to central government. So how do we get this partnership to ensure that we can devolve some of the financing that is coming from the World Bank and the USAID into city government? So thank you very much for that. I'm going to go to Jan. Yes, from the European Union, the DG Climate. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Unami, and good evening to everyone. It's my pleasure to share my thoughts with you tonight and to share how we are seeing the problem of the extreme heat. That is one of the most powerful pronunciations of climate change as we are experiencing. And to add one more figure of an example, between July 2023 and July 2024, there were 10 places on Earth where the daily temperature exceeded 50 degrees Celsius. And they were from the US to Morocco to India. So it is really important for the entire world. And we are focusing in this event on three perspectives: the people, the places, and the partnerships. And let me briefly address each of those. So people, let's look at the vulnerable communities that need most of our support. And we can see that climate change, and particularly extreme heat, are amplifying the humanitarian needs, and we need to see how we can respond to that. In the European Commission, we are taking a risk-informed approach. We are working to adapt the humanitarian aid both to the needs and scaling up the anticipatory action, but also increasing our disaster preparedness. And just this year alone, 79 million euros we spend on the humanitarian budget has been allocated to help communities prepare for climate-induced events. And we are also the third dimension of this, which is greening the humanitarian operations and how we can apply some minimum environmental requirements. We are trying to support especially the fragile and conflict-affected countries. And all this is aligned with the Declaration on Climate Relief, Recovery and Peace, which was adopted at COP28. Moving on to places, looking at regions and areas which are most vulnerable to extreme heat. The impact requires focus, and we are trying to focus indeed on these vulnerable places that are most severely affected. One of them, typically, the small island developing states. At COP28, the EU has announced a €4 million contribution to the IFRC's global climate resilience platform that is specifically targeting SIDS. And we are working closely with IFRC, and we have identified 4 countries for our initial focus, which is Belize, Guyana, Kiribati, and Vanuatu, and look at how we can enhance their climate adaptation. It's not just the European Commission, but we are working in a Team Europe spirit with the member states of the EU. I would mention here the Netherlands, Italy, Ireland, and Spain, where altogether we have gathered 33 million euro to the GSRP. Thirdly, on partnerships, this is very important. Reliance on collaboration, bringing the resources together. We have platforms like the EU Green Alliance and partnerships. And one concrete example, which just builds on what we heard from Icle, is the urban climate action. And we see also in Europe how cities are very vulnerable. The floods that have just struck Valencia and the region are a very sad, most recent example of this. We work with cities a lot. We have a long-running experience with the Global Covenant of Mayors that has 13,500 cities, and we want to develop local actions and plans. We want to design solutions like green infrastructure that can help address these risks in the cities, but also empower local communities and bring the climate action close to citizens. So, in closing, we are working on the 3 dimensions. We want to address both the symptoms and the root causes of climate change. We are integrating climate resilience into our humanitarian aid and partnerships and aim to help vulnerable communities. And we also want to make sure that our humanitarian aid is more sustainable and cost-effective. So we look forward to working with all the partners on this important topic, and thank you for inviting me to contribute to this session.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad I'm here in countries in the Caribbean. You notice I'm wearing a Belize badge, so that's good that's good hearing. But really, just to say that when we design the solutions, as I hear you're saying, it has to be done with the people who are impacted, and I think that's what I got from you. I'm going to ask Jess to quickly come, and you will be my last 5 minutes. Anybody else after Jess? I'm going to start to nudge you with my hips for 2 minutes. So you are my last 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? So I'm here wearing 2 hats. The first hat is as a funder into this space. I'm one of, I'm from Quadrature Climate. Quadrature Climate Foundation is one of 60 funders that is scaling up their funding in the adaptation and resilience space. There's a new collaborative called the Adaptation and Resilience Collaborative, which after the UNSG's call on extreme heat over the summer, committed $50 million of Fast Start funding into this space. But the main hat I'm wearing actually is one of our partners who's delivering the work on the ground. So that's the Climate Resilience for All initiative, run by Kathy Beckman-McLeod, who can't be here today, but has asked me to say a few words about the work. So that is what I'll focus on. CRA's mission is to strengthen and support the health and livelihoods of women in vulnerable communities facing extreme heat around the world. And they focus on women for several reasons. The first one is that women are more vulnerable to extreme heat. And that's actually a physiological reason as well as a socio-cultural one as well. So physiologically, because of hormones, body temperature regulation, pregnancy, extreme heat does more harm to female bodies than it does to male bodies. A 1 degree rise in maternal heat exposure is linked to a 27 to 42% increase in the risk of miscarriage or stillbirth. So women, everybody is suffering, women are suffering more. There are also socioeconomic and cultural reasons why women are more vulnerable. Women working in outdoor jobs may be required to cover up. They may be excluded from cooling spaces. They are more likely to be water carriers, so they are having to go further in more extreme conditions. And it's not just a problem for women in developing economies. Women in Europe, particularly Southern Europe, are dying at twice the rate of men from extreme heat waves. But the second reason is that we know women are also part of the solution. Women show greater financial discipline than men. They outperform on leadership. And when you support women, that support carries through to people's families and their communities. So that is why CRA are collaborating with partners in local communities, in government, in the insurance industry, philanthropy such as ourselves, UN agencies, Secretary General, IFRC, and many, many others to create and deliver local and global solutions that build opportunities and choice for women in circumstances of extreme heat. A few examples of the work that they're doing that we are really proud to have supported. The first one is the Women's Climate Shock Insurance and Livelihoods Initiative, which is a parametric insurance mechanism that is essentially heat triggered. So women buy into this insurance. It is subsidized. It's been also supported by us, but also some of the insurance companies such as Swiss Re. And when temperatures hit a certain goal, the insurance mechanism pays out, which means that on the days where it is above, depending on what the temperature is, say 40, 46 degrees, women don't have to go to work in those conditions, so they don't suffer in the same way. They don't suffer the same health consequences or the same financial consequences. They are able to buy food and resources that mean that they are less likely to suffer under those conditions. And in the recent extreme heat wave in India, 50,000 women were given this support. CRA now plans to scale that to 500,000 women, and they're working through the local partner of the Self-Employed Women's Association in India. Second, CRA are working with partners both in government and many of the partners here in the room actually on local heat action planning and early warning systems. So they're starting to roll these out. They've got a really nice pilot going in Freetown where they've allocated a chief heat officer, and CRA's senior heat strategist for Africa has just been appointed and will be working on rolling these programs out. And finally, they're focusing on the communication of extreme heat as an issue, including the communication of extreme heat waves through heat wave naming, because that's been shown where it's been used to be quite effective. So I can see I'm getting nudged. I'll start to walk slowly this way. I think just finally to say thank you on behalf of CRA to our hosts in the room, the SG in particular, and yeah, very much looking forward to working with you all on this.
Thank you, Jess. True representative of true partnership, wearing two hats. Wearing two hats, but that's not a fault of ours. You're hearing one person, 5 minutes. So we have 15 minutes more for this panel, and I have 10 more speakers. So we'll do 2 minutes each. So I'm gonna be really very strict now. And let me ask Amy. Amy, are you there? From Marsh? 2 minutes.
I'll aim for less. Hi, Amy Barnes from Marsh McLennan, here representing the Insurance Defence Fund. So we've talked through a lot of the risks that come from heat. I think everybody knows the health, the education, the transport, the logistics, the business outcomes. So what's insurance doing? Insurance has, I think, a really important role. We just heard the example of the Sewa cooperative in India, where women in the informal economy have access to insurance to protect their livelihoods. But we're also seeing insurance play out in the developed world. In the US, we've just launched a product called Milkshake to support farmers because dairy yields go down significantly during extreme heat, and so incomes fall. We're seeing protections for gig workers, so people in the informal economy on 0 hours contracts who can't work. And often we see, certainly in cities, we see more people getting takeout during extreme heat and the gig workers being expected to exposed to these extreme heats. So insurance is for those communities to make sure they're not forced to work. But we also see more accidents and incidents. We see more people being injured at work because they turn up underslept, because they don't have access to home cooling. And a construction company recently did a survey of employees and found that the majority of employees during extreme heat turned up to work dehydrated, so they were compromised before they even started working outside, which has led to an education campaign and an increase distribution of hydration stations. We're also seeing more demand for insurance for ecosystem services. With extreme heat, we see far more drought. There's a big emphasis on ecosystem services when it comes to agriculture. We know the importance of water. I don't know how many people know that in Taiwan, for the past 3 years, the government has paid rice farmers not to plant rice so there's enough water to make semiconductors. We're not thinking about the impact of absence of resources in those environments. I really don't want to get kicked. But what I would say about insurance buys us time. That's all it does. Insurance works well when you are far away from the risk. As we get closer and closer to the risk, insurance becomes a less effective tool. So I am grateful to every actor in this room that's working really hard to use that time well. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. I'm being branded as a violent person. I'm really not. But it's also good to see that there is some amount of innovation coming out of the insurance industry as we grapple with this significant risk of climate change that we have and the really heat that we are having. So I'm gonna, let's see, start network. Cut you, yes, 2 minutes.
Thanks, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes. Great. So I'm Christina Bennett, the CEO of Start Network. Start Network is a network of 140 local, national, and international NGOs working to deliver humanitarian assistance across 6 continents. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the effective heat waves on fragile and conflict-affected states as a humanitarian. In places like Afghanistan, when heat waves hit, populations move, and populations move to places that are already vulnerable and affected by multiple and cascading risks. So where you may have a situation that's manageable in a community in Afghanistan, that displacement from a heat wave makes it unmanageable. And then you're in a really difficult situation. So what do we do about it? Well, the first thing is that we should not be treating heat as a surprise. We can predict heat waves with high degrees of accuracy, so why don't we start doing that? We can develop the models, we can pre-position the funds, and we can work with communities to pre-position action plans so that when there's a knowledge of a heat wave that's coming up, we can actually protect people rather than respond to their needs after a heat wave has struck. So just maybe a quick story about how we've done that at Start Network in Pakistan. We've developed several heat models covering different parts of Pakistan. In May of 2024, those heat models triggered 6 times because of the heat. So we were able to pre-position and trigger £500,000 worth of funding, protecting 225,000 people from heat waves before they happened. So, you know, we can sort of beat the heat together. Why? Because we have the collective science, the knowledge, and the action to be able to do it. We just need to apply that as collective action, all of us working together. Thanks.
Thank you, Christina. And let's also remember that with the displacement, some people just can't move because of other issues like sea level rise. There is really no place to move. And therefore, that kind of displacement that is taking place is also, you also have to marry the knowledge, especially in some of the small island states, which this displacement is already taken. So not only heat, but there are other factors. And that the predictive models are becoming more precise. We can do something about it before it happens. Thank you very much. Let me call on Owen. I'm speeding up now. Owen?
All right, can everyone hear me all right? Perfect. I'll try to be very brief to avoid not being kicked, but gently moved off the stage. My name is Owen Guy. I'm the Deputy Director of the Climate Resilience Center at the Atlantic Council. Thank you for having me here today. And we're an organization working internationally to protect people from the impacts of climate hazards with a special focus on heat and heat waves. And since we began this work 5 years ago, IFRC has been a really valued and consistent partner, both IFRC and its reference centers. We've worked together on several projects with IFRC, but one of the main ones I'd like to bring up today in the spirit of partnerships is the Extreme Heat Resilience Alliance. And this is a 60-member coalition, multi-sectoral, with engineering firms, public health specialists, the Red Cross and IFRC engaged. And it's focused on the impacts of heat to the most vulnerable in particular. So the Atlantic Council launched the Alliance in 2020, and I'm proud to say that the IFRC has been there throughout, is now a member of the steering committee, which runs the Alliance. And I just want to go back to the Secretary General's starting remarks that none of us can do this alone. There is no one organization that can be the hero on this, and I think alliances like this, like the Extreme Heat Resilience Alliance, are one way of kind of pushing this work forward. So looking forward to continuing the partnership with IFRC and advancing this work together. Thank you.
You'll get a prize. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Since we've been talking about schools and houses and homes and buildings and infrastructure, let me see if I can find Bernhard. UN Habitat.
Yes, thank you very much, Bernard Barth from UN Habitat, partner with many of the speakers, so hopefully I can also be relatively short. Maybe just to very briefly mention, yes, we are of course very excited about the Secretary General's call to action, because that for us is one vehicle to accelerate partnerships, to deepen partnerships. But maybe just to very quickly start by saying where we have come from. Of course, UN Habitat's been working on climate action for many years. Our emphasis initially has been to look at the urban heat island effect. And we used to say, as a rule of thumb, at extreme days, it's 4 degrees hotter in cities than it is outside. Now we observe sometimes 12 degrees. So really, the impact on cities, on people in cities is huge. We are working on integrated climate action plans that integrate seed. Of course, urban design solutions are critical in terms of, for example, blue-green infrastructure, nature-based solutions, but of course also architectural interventions that were mentioned. And our particular emphasis is on urban poor communities and climate resilient informal settlements. And we've heard already before that heat affects those communities to quite some extent. Important also in terms of our partnerships, Global Covenant of Mayors was mentioned before. We work with them. One initiative that hasn't been mentioned is the Innovate for Cities partnership, which looks at innovations in the climate space, and heat is one of the areas that we address. We are now working with our country officers to really integrate climate change, urban heat into climate change work much more significantly. So in that space also very much looking forward to partnerships. But let me end by one particular point that maybe hasn't been mentioned so much here, and that is the national frameworks. We're working on national adaptation plans, on NDCs to integrate the urban dimension into those, and heat is one particular entry point there. We are working on the urban NDCs. Key focus here, we have an urban ministerial meeting. Urban heat will feature prominently in that one as well.
You said something that is so dear to my heart, the national frameworks and how this all comes in. And a lot of times, when the plans and the programs are outside the national framework, they never work. And as one who have worked in government and struggled with this all through ages, for financing, for plans, for programs, just looking at what we have and building on what we have and integrating all of this into the national framework becomes even more important now. And the build out of these partnerships that we talk about is to use what we have and build it out. And the history is important. We say if you don't know where you're coming from, then you cannot chart where you are going. And I think the history of where we are coming from is also important. So thank you, UN Habitat, and the work that you do, especially in countries, to help to solve these problems. I'm going to find Daniel.
Thank you very much. I'm Daniel Cull from the World Meteorological Organization, WMO. Apologies from our Secretary General who couldn't be here this evening, but she is busy ringing the alarm bell all over this compound. Also, I wanted to clarify from Kamal's statements, I am not responsible for weather forecasting all over the world. So I'm representing. But I do want to stress, you raise an interesting point, and you did too, in context specificity about thresholds and forecasting. I live in Switzerland. When we get a heat warning, the temperatures we get that at would make you from Jamaica laugh, because you're used to that. It's normal. Perhaps your buildings are more adapted to that, but in Switzerland, our buildings are not ready for that, and we suffer even in lower temperatures. We are committed to developing early warning systems that also cover extreme heat. This will actually come out tomorrow at a high-level panel with Guterres, Secretary General of the UN, about early warnings and early warnings for all and heat. We, the WMO, together with the World Health Organization, the WHO, have launched the Global Heat Health Information Network. I know the Red Cross movement through the Climate Center is also part of it, which is really focusing on building public awareness and educating people to close the gap between the climate science, our community, and actionable risk reduction delivered by the public, by partners of the public, and of course also by authorities. I'm moving quickly to make sure I stay within my 2 minutes here. In terms of places, so that was people. In terms of places, a lot of this has already been mentioned, but it's clear that the technology and infrastructure we so heavily depend on, particularly in urban settings, is so thermally fragile and will fail under extreme temperatures. We heard about railroads before, also pavement and runways and streets, electrical cables, power grids. We are trying to work more and more as climatologists and meteorologists with the legal frameworks and the entities that manage these critical pieces of infrastructure, but also recognizing that policies on, protective policies on labor, on housing, on building codes, as was mentioned, they also don't consider temperature extremes yet. And so we're working with them to try to improve that, as Kamal pointed out. Finally, of course, nobody can do it alone. We certainly cannot as meteorologists. We have a very limited scope of what we do. It's very important, but we're here to help you all make decisions, to help the public make decisions, and to help everyone adapt. So we're fully on board with this initiative, and we look forward to scaling up our work together.
You see, people are following instructions, right? We have a very compliant audience. Thank you very much. And I really think that we see where the partnerships are, the commitment. I'm hearing really, really good commitment, and therefore, DG, and therefore, you have to hold them to it. We have the notes here. You just have to hold them to it. So I'll remind you to hold them to it again. And I'm going to go quickly to Chinmaya? Yes. The Defense Council. Let's see. Civil defense or what?
I'm Chinmay Acharya. I work with NRDC India Private Limited, and we work on both heat and cooling issues. So I just wanted to take a few minutes to mention about our work. And as per the theme, if we look at people, places, and partnership, people is the community, the beneficiary community, the community at large. We also work with the government department so that there is optimized coordination and solutions are provided in a timely manner. That will ensure preparedness and both preparedness and response. The third one, the second one on places, we are working with the national government on again developing heat mitigation and management frameworks. We work with state governments as well as city level. Partnerships are very important, particularly within the different government agencies that are there to provide services. So we work with urban local bodies, the urban development departments, urban local bodies, the health department, the meteorological department, and we try to convene them from time to time to provide any capacity support so that the heat action plans that are developed are robust and are context relevant. Thank you.
Wow. So now I can close. I'm going to see if I find a detail to close. Are you there? To close out the panel. Yes.
So I don't have a time limit, right? I can just go on and on.
I still have hips.
I have to hold it close to my...
You have to also follow the instructions of the mic.
Okay.
Yeah. One hand that is up. Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Aditya. I'm the director of the Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center. We're a reference center of the IFRC, and we're deeply privileged and honored to support this incredibly ambitious, highly urgent initiative launched by the SG here. Heat is one of those rare issues that all our teams across my organization work on. Our conflict team is looking at the impact of heat on conflict-affected people. Our health team is trying to determine the health impacts of extreme heat. Our anticipatory action team is developing new and complex ways of forecasting heat waves and developing triggers. Our localization team is developing fine-grained action plans with Red Cross branches on how to deal with heat waves. And our urban program is developing heat action plans with municipalities across the global south. And we're hugely excited to contribute this expertise and work with all of you to make this brilliant initiative a huge success. This whole session has been an incredible tour de force, and only Una May could have moderated this session so brilliantly. The kinds of insights that were shared in such an effective manner so quickly, I think have been deeply inspirational, and I think provide a very strong bedrock for making this initiative a huge success. I'd like to thank everyone on behalf of the Red Cross Red Crescent movement, and I'm sure we will keep having these conversations to mark our progress towards achieving the objectives that the Secretary General set out so eloquently at the beginning of the session.
Thank you all very much for putting up with me this evening. Hi, Aditya. I forget back to you.